Heaven Officials Blessing Chapter 15 to Chapter 28. The group of white-clothed people had no heads on their necks. They were wearing prisoner uniforms, and each of them was holding a head, as if they were a group of prisoners who had been beheaded. They walked slowly towards the cart, the heads in their arms still twittering. Xiaolian reminded the other two in a low voice, "When they come near, don't make a sound." San Lang tilted his head and asked, "This older brother, you're actually an extraordinary person." His tone was filled with interest. Xiaolian replied, "I can't say I'm an eccentric, but I know a little. They can't see us now, but it's hard to say when they get closer." The old man who was driving the cart was already dumbfounded when he saw the white silk flying, and then when he saw the headless people, he was so scared that his eyes rolled back. He shook his head in shock and said, "No, no. I'm afraid I can't hold it in." "What about the Taoist?" Xiaolian said, "Then, there's still a way. Sorry for the offense." After he finished speaking, he quickly tapped the old man's back. The old man immediately fell onto the cart and fainted. Xiaolian gently caught him and placed him on the cart. He sat in the driver's seat and suddenly felt a movement behind him. He turned around and saw that the young man was also sitting behind him. He asked, "Are you all right?" San Lang propped up his chin with one hand and said, "There's something. I'm scared." Although he didn't hear any fear in his voice, Xiaolian still comforted him, "Don't be afraid. Stay behind me, nothing can hurt you." The young man smiled and did not speak. Xiaolian suddenly realized that he was staring at him. After a moment, he finally reacted. The young man was staring at the curse chain on his neck. This curse was like a black collar around a person's neck. It couldn't be hidden at all. Moreover, it was easy for people to have some bad associations. Xiaolian lightly pulled on his collar. Although it couldn't hide anything. The sky was already dark, and the young man's expression could not be seen clearly. Xiaolian picked up the rope and softly coaxed the cow. The group of prisoners came over and wanted to go over, but they felt that there was something blocking the middle of the road. They all said in a rough voice, "This is really strange. Why can't I?" "Really? He couldn't cross it. What the hell? Damn it, aren't we ghosts ourselves? What ghosts can we see?" Xiaolian managed to coax the cow with great difficulty. He brushed past the group of headless prisoners and listened to them hugging their heads and making a racket. He found it very funny. The group of ghosts continued to complain, "Well, are you sure you're not mistaken? Why do I feel like the one hugging your head is my body? It's your body that's in the wrong place. Hurry up and switch over, you guys. Why is the incision on your head so uneven? Sigh, that executioner is a newbie. He only managed to cut me down after 5 or 6 slashes. I'm starting to wonder if he did it on purpose. Your family didn't send him any money, did they? Next time, remember to prepare in advance and give me a quick and clean cut." "There's no next time." The Hungry Ghost Festival on the 15th day of the 7th month was the biggest festival in the world of ghosts and souls. On this day, the gates of hell opened wide, and all the demons and ghosts that usually lurked in the darkness rushed out to celebrate. Living people had to avoid them. Especially on this night, it was the best choice to stay in the house. As soon as he went out, the chances of bumping into something were much higher than usual. Xiaolian had always been stuffy even when drinking cold water, and he even saw a ghost in a Taoist robe. At this moment, he bumped into something. Green will-o'-the-wisps floated in all directions, and many ghosts chased after the will-o'-the-wisps. There were also some expressionless ghosts in shrouds who were mumbling to themselves squatting in front of a circle, reaching out to receive the offerings such as paper money and ingots that were burned for them by their descendants. This scene could be described as a dance of demons. Xiaolian walked through it, thinking that he must look at the almanac when he went out in the future. Suddenly, a voice screamed like a chicken being slaughtered, "Oh no! Oh no! Killing ghosts!" This scream made the ghosts panic. Where? Where are we killing ghosts?" The screaming ghost said, "That scared me to death. I found a lot of broken ghost fires over there, and they were all smashed." "That's so cruel. They were all smashed? That's cutting them into pieces. That's too cruel. Who did it?" Could it be a mage, a monk, or a Taoist priest sneaked in? The group of headless people cried out one after another, "Ah!" Speaking of which, we were also blocked by something on the road just now. Don't tell me he's... Where? Over there. Xiaolian cried out in his heart. In the next moment, a large group of demons and ghosts surrounded the ox cart. Each one of them revealed a fierce expression and said with malicious intent, "I smell the hot scent of yang." It couldn't be hidden anymore. Originally, there was no reason for a living person to bump into a group of ghosts during the Hungry Ghost Festival. Xiaolian didn't want to fight with such a large group of things, so he drove the cart and shouted, "Go!" The ox cart was extremely frightened. It had been anxiously digging its hooves in place for a long time. When it heard Xiaolian's shout, it impatiently pulled the cart and ran away. Xiaolian didn't forget to pull the youth behind him. "Sit tight." Ruoxi withdrew his hand and opened up a path of escape. Suddenly, an ox cart was exposed in a circle of ghost fires. Rushing out of the encirclement, a group of green-faced, ferocious-looking ghosts with missing limbs screamed from behind, "There really are Taoist priests. Damn Taoist priests are tired of living. Living people actually dared to disturb our Hungry Ghost Festival. You can't blame us for this. After them." Xiaolian grabbed the reins with one hand and took out a bunch of talismans with the other. Throwing them on the ground, he shouted, "Trip them." These were the trip talismans used for escaping. With a series of small bangs, every time they rang out, they would create an obstacle for the group of ghosts, delaying them for a short period of time. However, it was only for a short period of time. With so many talismans used, they would catch up in less than half an incense stick's worth of time. Xiaolian drove the ox cart as if his boat was on fire. Suddenly, he shouted, "Stop." It turned out that the old ox had pulled the ox cart to a fork in the road. When Xiaolian saw that there were two pitch-black mountain roads in front of him, he immediately pulled on the rope. He had to be extremely careful here. On the day of the Hungry Ghost Festival, sometimes people would discover that a road that normally didn't exist had appeared in front of them. Living people couldn't walk this kind of road. If they went the wrong way and ended up in the territory of the ghost realm, it would be difficult to return. Xiaolian was new to this place, so he couldn't tell which of the two mountain roads he should take. He remembered that other than buying a large bag of junk in town, he had also bought some miscellaneous items. Among them was a fortune stick cylinder. He thought to himself, "I'll use it to read my fortune." Thus, he took out the fortune stick cylinder and shook it in his hand. As he shook it, he said, "When the heavenly official bestows blessings, there are no taboos. I'll walk the main road towards the heavens. The first one is left, the second one is right. I'll walk whichever path is better." As soon as he finished speaking, caw-caw, two sticks fell out of the cylinder. He picked them up and looked at them. Then, he fell silent. The worst of the lot, great misfortune. Both were the worst of the lot, and both paths led to great misfortune. Didn't that mean that either path would lead to death? Xiaolian was helpless. Holding the cylinder with both hands, he shook it wildly again. "Oh, cylinder. Today is the first time we've met. Why must you be so heartless? I'll do it again. Give me some face." As soon as he finished speaking, caw-caw, another two sticks fell. He picked them up and looked at them. They were both the worst of the lot, great misfortune. At this time, Sanlang suddenly said, "Let me try?" In any case, his luck wouldn't be worse than his, so Xiaolian handed the cylinder to him. Sanlang received it with one hand and casually shook it. Two sticks fell out, and he picked them up. Without even looking at them, he handed them over to Xiaolian. Xiaolian took them and looked at them. Unexpectedly, both sticks were good. He couldn't help but be amazed. That was because, with his bad luck to this extent, it seemed that even other people's luck was often affected by him. Xiaolian didn't know whether this was true or not. In any case, he was often complained about like this. However, this youngster wasn't affected by him in the slightest and directly drew two good lots. Both were good lots, so Xiaolian randomly chose one. As he drove, he sincerely praised, "Friend, your luck is pretty good." Sanlang casually threw the cylinder behind him and laughed. Is that so? I also feel that my luck is pretty good. It's always been like this. Hearing him say it's always been like this, Xiaolian thought to himself that the gap between people was indeed like a moat. After running for a while, he suddenly heard ghostly wails and wolf-like howls coming from all directions. I caught him. He's here. Everyone come over. The damned Taoist priest is here. One by one, ghost heads popped out. Xiaolian said, I actually still chose the wrong one. The effect of the tripping talisman had already worn off, but they were still surrounded. There were at least 100 of these demons and ghosts. They surrounded them in 3 layers, and their numbers were still increasing. He really didn't know why there were so many non-human beings gathered here, but he didn't have the time to find it strange. Xiaolian warmly said, offending everyone wasn't my original intention. I hope everyone can be magnanimous. A headless ghost said, hey. Smelly Taoist priest, why didn't you be magnanimous first? The ones who scattered the ghost fire over there were you guys, right? Xiaolian innocently said, it wasn't us. To tell you the truth, I'm actually just a trash collector. Don't quibble. How could there be a trash collector like you? You're clearly a Taoist priest. Aside from you, is there another Taoist priest here who would do such a cruel thing? Xiaolian said, scattering the ghost fire doesn't necessarily mean you're a Taoist priest. Then what else could it be? A ghost? Xiaolian quietly put his hands into his sleeves and said, it's not impossible. Ha 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 ha, damned Taoist priest. You. The group of ghosts that had been laughing at him suddenly froze. Xiaolian said, what about me? The moment he asked, the group of ghosts didn't even freeze. They stared at Xiaolian as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. They either opened their mouths wide or tightly shut them. Several headless death row prisoners were so scared that the heads they were holding in their hands fell to the ground. Xiaolian probed, everyone? You guys. Who knew that before he could finish asking, the group of ghosts would scatter like birds and beasts? Xiaolian was stunned. It can't be? He still hadn't taken out the talismans he had in his sleeves, yet they had already discovered him? Were they that sharp? Moreover, it wasn't like those talismans were that powerful. Xiaolian felt extremely strange. Were they really looking at him? Or was it something behind him? Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked behind him. Behind him, there was only the fainted owner of the ox cart and the youth in red who was still leisurely resting his chin on his hand. Seeing him look back, Xianlang faintly smiled and put down his hands. Taoist priest, you are so valiant and heroic. Those demons and ghosts have all been scared away by you. Xiaolian also faintly smiled. Is that so? I also didn't expect that I would be so amazing. At that moment, he pulled on the rope a few times and the ox cart slowly began to roll again. The rest of the journey was smooth. In less than half an hour, the ox cart slowly climbed out of the forest and arrived at the flat mountain road. Puchi village was already at the bottom of the hill. Clusters of warm and bright lights. It really was a road of good luck. It was more daunting than dangerous. As the night wind blew, Xiaolian once again turned his head. Xianlang seemed to be in a good mood as he laid down and used his hands as a pillow to look at the bright moon. Under the faint moonlight, that youth's eyes didn't seem like a real person. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian revealed a smile and said, friend. Xianlang asked, what? Xiaolian asked, have you ever done fortune-telling? Xianlang turned his head and said, I haven't. Xiaolian asked, then, do you want me to help you read your fortune? Xianlang looked at him and smiled. You want to help me read my fortune? Xiaolian replied, I kind of want to. Xianlang slightly nodded his head and said, all right. He sat up and leaned his body slightly towards Xiaolian. How do you want to read my fortune? Xiaolian said, read my palm. How about it? Hearing this, the corner of Xianlang's mouth slightly curved. It was hard to tell what that smile meant. Xiaolian only heard him say, all right. As he said this, he extended his left hand towards him. The fingers on this left hand were long and slender with distinct knuckles. It was extremely pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, it definitely wasn't the kind of weak and pleasing to the eye. Instead, it was filled with hidden strength. No one would want to have their throat clutched by this kind of hand. Xiaolian remembered the slight change in Sanlang's expression when he touched him just now. He especially took care to avoid physical contact and not directly touch Sanlang's hand. Instead, he lowered his head and carefully examined it. The moonlight was pure and white. If one were to say it was dark, it wouldn't be dark. If one were to say it was bright, it wouldn't be bright either. Xiaolian looked at it for a while. The ox cart was still slowly crawling on the mountain road. The wheels and wooden axles creaked. Sanlang said, "How is it?" After a short while, Xiaolian slowly said, "Your fate is very good." Sanlang said, "Oh? How is it good?" Xiaolian raised his head and warmly said, "You have a persevering temperament and are extremely persistent. Although you have met with ups and downs, you will always stick to your original heart. Often, you will turn misfortune into fortune and misfortune into fortune. Friend, your future will inevitably blossom like a blooming flower, perfect and bright." The above few sentences were all made up on the spot. They were all nonsense. Xiaolian simply didn't know how to read people's palms. In the past, when he was demoted, there was a period of time when he often regretted not learning palm reading and physiognomy from the state preceptors of Huangji Temple. If he had learned it, he wouldn't have to always play the drums, and perform on the streets. The reason why he wanted to read wasn't to see how this youngster's fate would be. Rather, he wanted to see whether or not this youngster had palm prints and fingerprints. Ordinary demons and ghosts could transform into a fake body and pretend to be a living person. However, the minute details of this body, such as palm prints, fingerprints, and the ends of hair, generally couldn't be so detailed. Not only did this youngster's body not have any fluctuations of magic power, he couldn't detect any clues, and his palm prints were also very clear. If he really was a demon or ghost in disguise, then only those who were fierce and above would be able to achieve such a flawless and perfect disguise. However, for a ghost king of that level, why would he follow him to a small mountain village and sit on an ox cart all the way to pass time? Just like how the heavenly officials of the heavenly realm all had to attend to a myriad of affairs every day, they were also very busy. Xiaolian pretended to be very confident and braced himself to make up a few sentences. In the end, he couldn't make up any more. Sanlang stared at him without blinking. While listening to his nonsense, he let out a low laugh that was very thought-provoking. He said, "Anything else?" Xiaolian couldn't be thinking that he still had to make up stories, right? He said, "What else do you want to read?" Sanlang said, "Since it's fortune-telling, don't tell me that you don't also need to calculate marriage fate?" Xiaolian coughed lightly and solemnly said, "My skills aren't good enough, so I don't really know how to calculate marriage fate. However, thinking about it, you probably don't need to worry about this." Sanlang raised an eyebrow and said, "Why do you think I don't need to worry about this?" Xiaolian smiled and said, "There will definitely be a lot of girls who like you." Sanlang said, "Then why do you think there will definitely be a lot of girls who like me?" Xiaolian was about to open his mouth and answer along with him when he suddenly reacted. This little friend was actually thinking of a way to lure him into directly opening his mouth to praise him. Helpless and amused, Xiaolian didn't know what to say. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, he said, "Sanlang ah." This was the first time Xiaolian had called him Sanlang. When the youngster heard this, he laughed out loud and finally let him go. At this moment, the ox cart had already climbed into the village while panting. Xiaolian turned around and slightly held his forehead before hurriedly getting off the cart. Sanlang also jumped off the cart. Unexpectedly, when Xiaolian raised his head, he discovered that just now, he had been lazily lying on the ox cart. Now that the two of them were standing together, this youngster was actually taller than him. The two of them were actually unable to look at each other at eye level. Sanlang stood in front of the cart and stretched his body. Xiaolian said, "Sanlang, where are you going?" Sanlang sighed and said, "I don't know. I'll sleep on the streets, or find a cave to make do with." Xiaolian said, "That won't do, right?" Sanlang spread out his hands and said, "There's no other way, I don't have anywhere to go." He cast a sidelong glance at Xiaolian and laughed twice before saying, thank you very much for telling my fortune. Thanks for your auspicious words, we'll meet again someday. Hearing him mention fortune-telling, Xiaolian blushed with shame. Seeing that he really did turn around, Xiaolian hurriedly said, wait, if you don't mind, do you want to come to my monastery? San Lang's footsteps paused. Turning around halfway, he said, can I? Xiaolian said, that house originally wasn't mine. I heard that in the past, many people would often spend the night there. It's just that it's a lot more simple and crude than you think. I'm afraid you won't be able to live there. If this youngster really was a young master who ran away from home, then he couldn't just let him run all over the place like this. Xiaolian very much suspected that the youngster had only eaten that half-a-steamed bun for the entire day. If this youngster relied on his body to act willfully and recklessly like this, sooner or later, he would really faint on the streets. Hearing him say this, San Lang finally turned around. He didn't reply, but instead walked in front of Xiaolian and leaned his upper body forward. Xiaolian still hadn't figured out what he wanted to do. He only felt that the distance between the two of them had suddenly become extremely close, and he found it a little hard to resist. Xiaolian froze on the spot. Looking at the slender figure of the young man, he was helping him carry a large bag of junk, and he even carried it so calmly. This made him feel guilty repeatedly in his heart. San Lang took a few steps and had already walked out. Xiaolian was about to chase after him when he suddenly remembered that the old man driving the carriage was still lying in the carriage. He immediately turned back and stretched out his hand to wake the old man up. Xiaolian repeatedly warned him not to tell anyone about what happened tonight. The old man had seen his abilities on the way here, so how could he dare to go back on his word? He nodded repeatedly and pulled old Huang back home. The only thing left on the cart was a roll of mat. Xiaolian put it on his back. When he looked back, San Lang was already single-handedly carrying that big bag of messy things, leisurely walking up the hill. Arriving in front of the crooked Puchi monastery, San Lang lowered his head and burst into laughter, as if he had seen something interesting. Only when Xiaolian got closer did he realize that he was looking at the sign asking for donations. He coughed lightly and said, look, it's like this. That's why I said you might not be used to it. San Lang said, pretty good. In the past, Xiaolian had always been the one to say it's alright to others. Today was the first time he heard someone say this to him. It was hard to describe what he was feeling. The original wooden door of Puchi Monastery had long since decayed. Xiaolian tore it down and replaced it with a curtain. Stepping forward, he lifted the curtain and said, come in. San Lang followed behind him and entered. The furnishings in this small wooden house could be seen at a glance. There was only a rectangular offering table, 2 small wooden stools, a small prayer mat, and a merit box. Xiaolian took the things in San Lang's hands and placed the fortune sticks, incense burner, paper, pen, and other items he had bought on the offering table. He then lit a red candle that someone had conveniently stuffed into his hand when he was collecting junk. In a flash, the room was brightened. San Lang casually picked up the lot holder, shook it, and put it down. He said, so, is there a bed? Xiaolian turned around and silently put down the scroll on his back, handing it over to him. San Lang raised an eyebrow and asked, only one? Xiaolian had only met this youngster on his way back from town, so naturally, he hadn't thought about buying an extra card in advance. He said, if you don't mind, we can squeeze together tonight. San Lang said, that works too. Xiaolian picked up the broom and swept the floor again. San Lang looked around the monastery and said, Brother Daozhong, is there something missing in your monastery? Xiaolian had finished sweeping the floor and was squatting on the ground to spread the mat. When he heard this, he said, I think, besides believers, there shouldn't be anything missing. San Lang also squatted down. Propping his chin in his hand, he asked, where's the statue? With his reminder, Xiaolian suddenly remembered that he had actually forgotten the most important thing, the statue of God. What kind of view is a view without a statue of a deity? Although his main body was already here, he couldn't possibly sit on the altar every day. After pondering for a moment, Xiaolian found a solution and said, I just bought a brush and paper. I'll draw a portrait tomorrow and hang it up. If news of him hanging a portrait of himself in his own monastery were to spread to the heavenly realm, he would probably be laughed at for another 10 years. However, sculpting a statue of a god was costly and time-consuming. In comparison, Xiaolian chose to be laughed at for 10 years. Unexpectedly, Sanlang said, "Painting? I will. Do you need help?" Xiaolian was startled. Smiling, he said, "Then I'll thank you first. However, I'm afraid you don't know how to paint a portrait of the Xianlu Crown Prince." After all, almost all of his portraits had been burned 800 years ago. No matter how many survived today, perhaps not many people had seen them. Sanlang said, "Of course. I will. When we were in the carriage just now, weren't we talking about this crown prince?" Xiaolian remembered. "Indeed, on the road just now," he said. "You probably haven't heard of him," but Sanlang didn't reply. Now that he heard him say this, he was slightly surprised. He laid out the mat and straightened his body, saying, "Could it be that Sanlang really knows him?" Sanlang sat down on the mat and said, "I know." The expression and tone of this youth's words were very interesting. He often smiled, but it was hard to tell whether his smile was sincere or mocking the other's mental retardation. Xiaolian listened to him talk about everything under the sky and was quite interested in his evaluation. He also sat down next to him and said, "Regarding the Xianlu Crown Prince, Sanlang, what do you think?" The two of them looked at each other under the lantern, the red candlelight trembling slightly. Sanlang carried the candlelight on his back, his black eyes sunk into the shadows, making it impossible to see his expression. After a while, he said, "I think Junwu must hate him very much." Xiaolian didn't expect such an answer. Startled, he asked, "Why do you think so?" Sanlang said, "Otherwise, why would he demote him twice?" Hearing this, Xiaolian smiled slightly, thinking, what a child's thinking. He lowered his head and slowly undid his belt as he said, "This has nothing to do with hate or dislike. There are many things in this world that can't be explained simply with hate and like." Sanlang said, "Oh." Xiaolian turned around and took off his white boots, saying, "Moreover, if you do something wrong, you should accept punishment. The emperor has only fulfilled his duty twice." Sanlang didn't comment, saying, "Perhaps." Xiaolian took off his coat and folded it, preparing to place it on the offering table. He wanted to say something more, but when he turned around, he saw Sanlang's gaze fixated on his feet. That gaze was extremely strange. It could be said to be ice cold, but it also felt scalding and piercing. It could be said to be blazing hot, but it also faintly revealed a chill. Xiaolian lowered his head to look and understood. What the youth was looking at was the black cursed shackle on his right ankle. The first cursed shackle was firmly wrapped around his neck, while the second was tightly bound around his ankle. These two cursed shackles, no matter which one, weren't locked in the right place, and there was no way to hide them. In the past, if someone else asked, Xiaolian would usually give a random answer, saying it was necessary for cultivation. But if this Sanlang asked, he was afraid he wouldn't be so perfunctory. However, Sanlang only stared at his ankle for a while and didn't say anything. Xiaolian didn't continue to struggle and lay down. That youth also obediently lay down next to him, still fully clothed. Presumably, he wasn't used to sleeping on the ground without his clothes on. Xiaolian thought to himself, "I'll have to get a bed later." He said, "Rest." With a light blow, the red candle was extinguished. The next morning, Xiaolian opened his eyes. Sanlang wasn't lying next to him. When he raised his head to look, his heart trembled. Above the altar, there was actually a portrait hanging. This portrait was of a man dressed in luxurious clothing and wearing a golden mask. He held a sword in one hand and a flower in the other. The strokes were excellent, and the colors were clear and gorgeous. It was a painting of Xianlu Crown Prince pleasing the gods. It had been many years since Xiaolian had seen this painting. He stared blankly for a while before finally getting up, putting on his clothes and lifting the curtain. Sanlang was just outside the room, leaning in the shadows. As he played with a broom in his hand, he looked bored to death at the sky. This youth really didn't seem to like the sunlight. The way he looked at the sky made it seem like he was thinking about how to pull down the sun and trample it into pieces. There was a pile of fallen leaves outside the door, all swept and piled together. Xiaolian went out the door and said, "Did you rest well last night?" San Lang was still leaning against the wall. He turned his head and said, "Not bad." Xiaolian walked over and took the broom from his hand. He said, "San Lang, did you draw that portrait in the monastery?" San Lang said, "Yeah." Xiaolian said, "It was really well drawn." The corner of San Lang's mouth curled up, but he didn't say anything. He didn't know if it was because he randomly slept for a night, but his hair was tied up even more askew today. It was loose and very casual, but in reality, it was also very good-looking. Casual and not messy, it even had a bit of playfulness. Xiaolian pointed at his own hair and said, "Do you want me to help you?" San Lang nodded and entered the monastery with Xiaolian. When he sat down, Xiaolian untied his hair and held the black hair in his hand. Then, he calmly and carefully examined it. Even if the palm prints and fingerprints were done perfectly, demons and ghosts would always have a loophole. A living person's hair was uncountable. Moreover, each strand was separated very finely and clearly. Many ghosts and ghosts forged fake skins. Their hair was either a black cloud, or it was glued together into a large piece, like strips of cloth. Or, they simply pretended to be bald. Last night, after confirming the palm prints and fingerprints, Xiaolian had originally let down his guard. However, when he saw the portrait this morning, he couldn't help but feel slightly suspicious. How could a normal person draw this picture? However, as his fingers gently stroked San Lang's hair, he slowly probed. This youth's black hair was smooth and long, and there was clearly nothing abnormal about it. After a while, San Lang smiled and slightly tilted his head, squinting at him. He said, "Gidge, are you helping me tie my hair, or are you thinking of doing something else?" His long hair hung loosely over his shoulders. His handsomeness didn't decrease, but there was a bit more evil. This question seemed to be teasing him. Xiaolian smiled and said, "It's done." Then, he quickly helped him tie up his hair. Unexpectedly, after he finished, San Lang glanced at the water basin at the side. He turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Xiaolian. When Xiaolian saw this, he lightly coughed again. This hair, it was crooked just now. Now that he had tied it up, it was still crooked. Although San Lang didn't say anything and just looked at him like that, Xiaolian felt that he hadn't been this embarrassed in at least several hundred years. He put down his hand and was about to say, "Come here, let's do it again," when he heard a clamor outside the door. People's voices and footsteps could be heard everywhere, followed by a few loud shouts, "Great Immortal!" When Xiaolian heard this, he was startled. He rushed out to take a look, only to see a large circle of people outside the door. Each and every one of them had excited expressions and flushed faces. The village chief in the lead shot forward and grabbed his hand, saying, "Great Immortal! A living immortal actually came to our village, this is really great." Xiaolian? Meanwhile, the rest of the villagers had already surrounded him. "Great Immortal, welcome to our Puqi village and settle down." "Great Immortal! Can you bless me and help me find my wife?" "Great Immortal! Can you bless the one in my family to quickly give birth to a baby?" "Great Immortal! I have fresh PU chestnuts here. Do you want to eat PU chestnuts? If I eat it, can you bless me and help me have a good harvest this year?" The villagers were too enthusiastic. Xiaolian was besieged until he retreated again and again, complaining in his heart. Last night, that old grandpa was actually a big mouth. He had clearly warned them not to tell anyone, but this morning, the news had immediately spread throughout the entire village. Although the villagers didn't know what kind of immortal this monastery was worshipping, they all strongly requested to light a stick of incense here. In any case, no matter what kind of immortal it was, they were all immortals. Worshipping them wouldn't do any harm. Xiaolian had originally expected the scene to be deserted, with only a few people visiting throughout the year. Therefore, he had only prepared a few bundles of incense as a token of goodwill. Who would have thought that they would all be divided up in an instant? The small incense burner was densely packed with a mess of incense sticks, filling the air with a fragrant smell. Because he hadn't smelled this smell for a long time, Xiaolian even choked a few times. As he choked, he said, "Cough cough, fellow villagers, I really can't bless you with abundant wealth. Really, cough, please don't come here to ask for wealth. The consequences are unpredictable. Sorry, I don't care about marriage either. No, 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 I also can't bless you with children. San Lang didn't care about his crooked hair anymore. He just sat next to the merit box, one hand supporting his chin while the other slowly tossed some chestnuts into his mouth. When many of the village girls saw this youth, their faces turned red. They said to Xiaolian, did you? Although he didn't know what they wanted to ask, Xiaolian's intuition told him to stop immediately. He immediately said, no. With great difficulty, everyone dispersed. The offering table was piled with fruits, vegetables, and even white rice and noodles. No matter what was said, it was still a wave of offerings. Xiaolian swept away the debris thrown by the villagers on the ground. San Lang also followed him out and said, the incense is pretty good. As Xiaolian swept, he shook his head and said, under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to it for 10 days to half a month. San Lang said, how could that be? Xiaolian glanced at him and smiled. Thinking about it, it might be because of San Lang's luck. As he said this, he remembered that he needed to change the door curtain, so he took out a new curtain from his sleeve and hung it on the door. Retreating 2 steps, Xiaolian examined the door for a moment before suddenly noticing that San Lang had stopped. Turning his head, he asked, what's wrong? He saw San Lang stare at the door curtain with a pensive expression. Following his gaze, Xiaolian discovered that San Lang was looking at the talisman drawn on the curtain. This talisman was something he had casually drawn before. The talisman on it was layered with runes, giving it an imposing aura. It was originally used to repel evil and could repel the invasion of evil beings from the outside world. However, because it was Xiaolian's own handwriting, it was unknown whether or not it would also have the effect of summoning bad luck. However, since there wasn't even a door, it would be safer to draw this row of talismans on the curtain. Seeing the youth standing motionless in front of the talisman curtain, Xiaolian's heart stirred. San Lang? San Lang glanced at him, smiled, and said, I'm leaving for a bit. After saying that, he turned around and left. According to reason, Xiaolian should have chased after him and asked him about it. However, he had a strange feeling that since this youth had already said that he was going to leave for a while, then he shouldn't be gone for too long. He would definitely return. Thus, Xiaolian first entered the monastery. Xiaolian rummaged through the things he had collected last night on the streets. His left hand pulled out an iron pot, his right hand felt for a kitchen knife, and he looked at the pile of fruits and vegetables on the offering table before standing up. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside Puqi Monastery. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Listening to them, one could imagine the youth's unhurried appearance as he walked. At this moment, the things in Xiaolian's hands had become 2 plates. He looked left and right at the things on the plates before letting out a long sigh. He didn't want to look anymore, so he went out to take a look. Sure enough, he saw San Lang again. That youth stood outside the monastery. Perhaps because of the scorching sun, he had taken off his red clothes and casually tied them around his waist. He only wore a white robe with his sleeves rolled up, making him look very neat and tidy. His right foot stepped on a rectangular wooden board while his left hand spun a hatchet. That hatchet was probably borrowed from a villager's house. It looked blunt and heavy, but in his hands, it was easy to use. Moreover, it seemed to be extremely sharp. From time to time, he would cut the wooden board twice, as if he was peeling skin. He glanced over and saw Xiaolian come out. I'm making something. Xiaolian went over to take a look. He was actually making a door leaf. Moreover, the size was just right. It was neat and beautiful, and the surface was very smooth. His craftsmanship was excellent. Because this youth seemed to have a big background, Xiaolian thought he was the type who didn't know how to distinguish between 5 grains and 4 limbs. Who knew that he would be very efficient in his work? You've worked hard, San Lang. San Lang smiled and didn't reply. He casually tossed the hatchet aside and installed it for him. He knocked on the door and said to him, since you're going to draw talismans, wouldn't it be better to draw them on the door? After he finished speaking, he nonchalantly lifted the curtain and entered. It seemed that the strict talisman on the curtain did not have any effect on him, and San Lang did not care about it at all. After Xiaolian closed the new door, he couldn't help but open it again, close it again, open it again, and close it again, thinking that this door was really well made. After switching it on and off a few times, he suddenly woke up with a start and felt that he was really bored. Xianlang had already sat down in the room. Xiaolian threw the door down and took out a plate of steamed buns that the villagers offered this morning and placed it on the offering table. Xianlang looked at the steamed buns and didn't say anything. He only laughed quietly, as if he had seen through something. Xiaolian nonchalantly poured 2 more bowls of water. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw Xianlang's rolled-up sleeve. On his arm was a small row of tattoos. The tattoos were extremely strange characters. Noticing his gaze, Xianlang pulled down his sleeve and said with a smile, "I got it when I was little." Since he put down his sleeves, it meant that he didn't want to say anything more. Xiaolian understood. He sat down and raised his head to look at the portrait again. "Xianlang, your painting is really good. Did someone teach you at home?" Xianlang poked the steamed bun a few times with his chopsticks and said, "No one taught me. I just drew it myself to make myself happy." Xiaolian asked, "How did you even know how to draw the Xianlu crown prince's pleasing the gods painting?" Xianlang laughed and said, "Didn't you say that I know everything? Of course I know how to draw it." Although this was a very shameless answer, his attitude was magnanimous. It was as if he wasn't worried at all about Xiaolian's suspicions or being questioned. Xiaolian smiled and didn't mention it. Right at this moment, a clamor came from outside. The two of them raised their heads at the same time and looked at each other. Then, they heard someone fiercely knock on the door and say, "Great Immortal! It's terrible! Great Immortal, save us!" Xiaolian opened the door and saw a group of people standing in a circle at the entrance. When the village chief saw him open the door, he was overjoyed and said, "Great Immortal! This person looks like he's about to die. Quickly save him." When Xiaolian heard that the person was about to die, he hurriedly went up to take a look. He saw a group of villagers surrounding a Taoist priest. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. His body was covered in yellow sand, and his clothes and shoes were tattered. It seemed like he had been running around for many days and finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Only then had he been carried over. Xiaolian said, "Don't panic, he's not dead." He bent down and poked the Taoist priest a few times. In the process, he discovered that the Taoist priest had a few objects hanging on his body, such as the 8 trigrams and the iron sword. They were all effective magic tools. It seemed like he wasn't an ordinary Jianghu Taoist. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel his heart sink. Not long after, the Taoist priest slowly regained consciousness and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is this place?" The village chief said, "This is Puqi village." The Taoist priest mumbled, I'm out, I've finally escaped." He looked around and suddenly opened his eyes wide. He said in alarm, save me, save me." Xiaolian had long since expected this kind of reaction. He said, "Fellow Taoist, what happened? Whose life did you save? What happened? Don't be anxious, slowly explain." All the villagers also said, "That's right, don't be afraid. We have a great immortal here. He will definitely settle everything for you." Xiaolian? In fact, this group of villagers hadn't seen him display any godly might, yet they truly treated him as a living immortal. Xiaolian didn't know what to say either. He thought, settling everything, I really can't guarantee anything. Then, he asked the Taoist priest, "Where did you come from?" The Taoist priest said, I came from Banyu Pass." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. "Where is Banyu Pass? I've never heard of it." Xiaolian said, "Banyu Pass is in the northwest region. It's very far from here." "How did you get here?" The Taoist priest said, I escaped here with great difficulty." His words were incoherent, and his mood was extremely unstable. In this kind of situation, the more people there were, the harder it was to speak. With everyone talking at the same time, it was hard to speak clearly. Xiaolian said, "Let's talk inside." He gently lifted the Taoist priest and helped him into the house. Then, he turned around and said to the villagers, "Everyone, please go back. Don't stand around and watch." However, all the villagers were extremely enthusiastic. "Great Immortal, what happened to him? That's right, what happened? If he has any difficulties, everyone should help him out. The more enthusiastic they were, the more they wouldn't be able to help. Xiaolian had no choice but to lower his voice and solemnly say, he might have been possessed. When the villagers heard this, they were greatly alarmed. If he was possessed, then that would be terrible. It was better not to watch and quickly disperse. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He closed the door and saw that San Lang was still sitting at the offering table, playing with the chopsticks in his hand. He squinted at the Taoist priest, his gaze filled with a sense of scrutiny. Xiaolian said to him, "It's nothing, you can continue eating." He let the Taoist priest sit down while he himself stood. He said, "This Taoist friend, I am the monastery master of this place and can also be considered a cultivator. You don't need to be nervous. If there's anything you need, you can say it. If there's anything I can help with, perhaps I can do my bit." "What did you say just now? What happened to Banyu Pass?" The Taoist priest gasped for breath a few times. It seemed like he had arrived at a place with few people, and after hearing Xiaolian's words of comfort, he finally calmed down and said, "You've never heard of this place?" However, Xiaolian said, "I've heard of it. Banyu Pass is located in an oasis in the desert. The scenery on the night of Banyu Pass is very beautiful. It could even be said to be a bright and beautiful scene, hence the name." The Taoist priest said, "Oasis? Beautiful scene? That was something from 100 or 200 years ago. Now, it's more appropriate to call it Banyu Pass." Xiaolian was slightly startled and asked, "What do you mean?" The Taoist priest's complexion turned green, so green that it was frightening. He said, "Because no matter who passes through that place, at least half of them will disappear without a trace." Could it be that it isn't a Banyu Pass? This was truly something he had never heard of before. Xiaolian asked, "Who did you hear this from?" The Taoist priest said, "I didn't hear it from anyone, I saw it with my own eyes." The Taoist priest sat up and said, "There was a caravan that wanted to pass through that place. Knowing that this place was strange, they invited our entire sect to escort them. In the end," he said in grief and indignation, "in the end, after this trip, I'm the only one left." Xiaolian raised his hand, indicating that he should sit properly and not get agitated. He asked, "How many people are there in your party?" The Taoist priest said, "My entire sect, including the caravan, has around 60 people. 60 people. That female ghost Xianxia had been wreaking havoc for 100 years. In the end, Lingwen Palace had calculated that the number of people who had been killed didn't even reach 200. Listening to the Taoist priest's words, it seemed that this kind of thing had already been going on for over 100 years. If so many people went missing every time, then when added together, it would truly be no small matter. Xiaolian asked, "When did Banyu Pass turn into Banyu Pass?" The Taoist priest said, "About 150 years ago, after that place became the domain of the demonic path." Xiaolian still wanted to carefully ask him about the matter of them being killed on this trip and the demonic path he spoke of. However, from the start of the conversation until now, he had a faint feeling that something wasn't right. At this point, he couldn't conceal the strange feeling in his heart no matter what, so he stopped talking and frowned slightly. At this time, San Lang suddenly said something. He said, "You escaped all the way back from Banyu Pass?" The Taoist priest said, "Yes, AI. 9 out of 10, 1 out of 10. San Lang let out an "oh" and didn't say anything else. However, with just this one sentence, Xiaolian had already sensed that something was wrong. He turned around and said in a warm voice, "Then you must be thirsty after escaping all the way back." The Taoist priest was startled. Meanwhile, Xiaolian had already placed a bowl of water in front of him and said, "There's water here. Fellow Taoist, come and have a sip." Facing this bowl of water, the Taoist priest had a flash of hesitation on his face for a moment. Meanwhile, Xiaolian stood to the side with his hands in his sleeves, quietly waiting. Since this Taoist priest had come from the northwest and had fled in panic all the way, he must be thirsty and hungry. Looking at his appearance, it didn't seem like he had had the leisure to eat or drink on the way. However, after he woke up and said so much, he hadn't made any requests for food or drink. After he entered the room, he didn't have the slightest desire for the food and water on the offering table. He didn't even glance at them. Under the watchful eyes of the other two people in the room, the Taoist man picked up the bowl of water, bent his waist, and slowly drank it. His appearance didn't seem like a good rain after a long drought. On the contrary, it seemed like he was hesitating and on guard. At the same time he drank it, Xiaolian heard a clear gulp sound, as if water was being poured into an empty jar. In that instant, his heart became as bright as snow. Grabbing the other's hand, he said, "Don't drink any more." The Taoist man's hand trembled as he looked at Xiaolian in bewilderment. Xiaolian smiled and said, "It's useless even if you drink, isn't it?" Hearing this, the Taoist man's complexion changed. His other hand unsheathed the iron sword at his waist and stabbed towards Xiaolian's face. Xiaolian stood still and raised his hand. With a dang sound, he lightly flicked away the edge of the sword. The Taoist man saw that Xiaolian was still tightly holding his hand and clenched his teeth. Xiaolian only felt his arm suddenly deflate like a deflated ball. With a chi sound, it broke free from Xiaolian's grasp. As soon as the Taoist man broke free, he fled towards the door. Xiaolian wasn't in a hurry. In this kind of place where there were no external obstructions, even if the Taoist man escaped another 10 feet, Ruoxi would still be able to drag him back. Unexpectedly, just as he raised his wrist, an extremely sharp sound of something breaking through the air passed by his side. That sound was as if someone had shot a sharp arrow from behind him, directly piercing through the Taoist man's abdomen and nailing him to the door. Xiaolian focused his eyes and saw that it was actually a bamboo chopstick. He turned his head to look and saw that San Lang had calmly stood up from the table. Brushing past him, San Lang pulled out the bamboo chopstick and waved it in front of Xiaolian's face a few times before saying, "It's dirty. I'll throw it later." As for the Taoist man who had suffered such a heavy injury, he actually didn't cry out in pain at all. Instead, he silently leaned against the door and slowly slid down. What flowed out of his abdomen wasn't blood, but clear water. It was precisely the bowl of water he had just drunk. The two of them squatted down beside the Taoist. Xiaolian pressed on the wound and felt that the wound was like a punctured balloon. Cold air was leaking out, and the corpse of the Taoist was also gradually changing. Just now, he was clearly a burly man, but now he seemed to have shrunk a size. His face and limbs were somewhat shriveled, and they were still shrinking. He looked like a small old man. Xiaolian replied, "It's an empty shell." Some demons and ghosts were unable to transform into a perfect human form, so they would think of another method, creating an empty shell. They would use some very realistic materials to meticulously make a fake human skin. Such a skin bag would often refer to a real living person. Sometimes, it would even be made directly from a person's skin. The palm prints, fingerprints, and hair would naturally be perfect. Moreover, this kind of empty shell, as long as they didn't wear this layer of skin, they wouldn't be contaminated by the ghost aura, and they wouldn't be afraid of the evil warding talismans. This was also the reason why the talisman on the door didn't block this Taoist outside. However, this kind of empty shell was often very easy to see through. After all, they were hollow dummies. If no one wore this layer of skin, they could only act according to the commands of the manipulator. Moreover, these commands couldn't be too complicated. They could only be simple, repetitive, and preset tasks. Therefore, their expressions and behavior were usually more sluggish, not quite like a living person. For example, they would repeatedly say 1 or 2 sentences, do the same thing, or answer their own questions. If they didn't answer the question, they would be exposed after a few more words. However, Xiaolian had a more practical method to distinguish between empty shells: let them drink a bowl of water or eat something. After all, the shell was hollow and didn't have any internal organs. When they ate or drank, it was like throwing something into an empty jar or pouring water into it. One could hear a clear echo, and it was completely different from the sound of a living person eating and drinking. The Taoist's corpse had already completely shriveled up. It was more or less a pile of soft skin. San Lang used the bamboo chopstick to poke the skin twice before throwing it away. He said, "This shell is a bit interesting." Xiaolian knew what this youngster was referring to. This Taoist's expression and behavior were all seen in their eyes. Not only was it lifelike, it was practically a living person. When communicating with him, the Taoist was able to answer fluently. It could be seen that the manipulator's power was astonishing. Xiaolian glanced at him and said, "It seems that Sanlang has also dabbled in this kind of special technique." Sanlang smiled and said, "Not much." This empty shell had specifically come knocking on his door and told him about the matter of Banyu Pass. Regardless of whether it was true or false, its purpose was to lure him to Banyu Pass. In order to be safe, he still needed to go on the spiritual communication array and ask. Xiaolian pinched his fingers and calculated that his remaining power was enough to support him using it a few more times. Thus, he made a hand seal and went on the spiritual communication array. As soon as he entered the array, the inside was unexpectedly lively. Moreover, it wasn't because they were busy with official business. Instead, it seemed as if everyone was playing some kind of game, laughing and giggling. Xiaolian was quite amazed when he heard Lingwen say, "Your Highness has returned? How have you been down there these past few days?" Xiaolian said, "Not bad, not bad." "What is everyone doing? Why are they so happy?" Lingwen said, "The Wind Master has returned and is currently dispersing his merits. Shouldn't your Highness go and snatch some?" Sure enough, Xiaolian heard several heavenly officials inside the array shouting themselves hoarse, 100 merits. I snatched it. Why does mine only have 1 merit? 1,000. 1,000. Ah. Thank you, Wind Master. Ha 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 ha. He thought to himself, could it be that this is money falling from the sky and everyone is picking it up? Although his merit box was completely empty, firstly, he didn't know how to snatch it. Secondly, the other heavenly officials were all familiar with each other, so snatching and playing around wasn't a big deal. But him suddenly inserting himself was a bit strange. Thus, he didn't mind it. He minded his own business and asked, "Everyone, do you know of Banyu Pass?" As soon as these words came out, the spiritual communication array that was excitedly snatching merits instantly went silent. Xiaolian once again felt a bit depressed. In the past, when he sent out some poems and secret recipes, it was fine if everyone went silent because the other heavenly officials also didn't send out these things. In that case, the words he sent out might indeed be out of place. However, inside the spiritual communication array, there were often heavenly officials opening their mouths to ask some official questions. For example, who knows which ghost, is it easy to deal with? Whose territory is there? Can you help me out? At this time everyone also expressed their own opinions. Those who had suggestions gave their suggestions, while those who didn't said that they would help you ask when they had time. Him asking about Banyu Pass was also considered official business. There was no reason for everyone to go deathly silent the moment he opened his mouth. After a long while, someone suddenly shouted, "Wind Master has scattered another 100,000 merits." The spiritual communication array instantly became lively again. The heavenly officials all went to snatch merits, and no one cared about the question he had just asked. Xiaolian knew that this matter wasn't simple. He probably wouldn't be able to ask anything inside the array. He thought to himself that this Wind Master was really generous, scattering 100,000 merits in one go. How amazing. Just as he was about to withdraw, Lingwen suddenly sent him a private message. Lingwen asked, "Your Highness, why did you suddenly ask about Banyu Pass?" Xiaolian then told her about an empty shell that had come to find him. He said that shell pretended to be a survivor that escaped from Banyu Pass. He must have a purpose. I don't know if what he said is true or false, so I came to ask. What's wrong with this place? Lingwen muttered to herself for a moment, then said, "Your Highness, I advise you not to get involved in this matter." Xiaolian had more or less expected that there would be such a sentence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have continued for 150 years without anyone asking about it. Moreover, when he asked about it, the entire court fell silent. He said, "Is it true that more than half of the people who pass the pass go missing?" After a long while, Lingwen said, "It's not good for everyone to say too much about this matter." Xiaolian could hear the deliberation in her voice. There was definitely something difficult going on. He said, "Okay, I understand. Since it's not convenient for you, then don't say anything more." We've also never discussed this topic in private. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, he exited the spiritual communication array. Xiaolian stood up and used a broom to sweep the fake skin bag to the side. After muttering to himself for a moment, he raised his head and said, "San Lang, I'm afraid I'll have to go on a long journey." From Ling Wen's attitude, it was clear that this matter involved no small matter. Since this empty shell had delivered itself to his door, it must have wanted to trick him into going. It definitely wouldn't be a good place. However, San Lang said, "Okay, Gidge. You don't mind taking me with you, right?" Curious, Xiaolian asked, "The journey is long, and the sandstorms are tough. Why do you want to go?" San Lang smiled and said, "Do you want to know what's going on with that half-moon demonic path?" Xiaolian paused and said, "You even know about this?" San Lang crossed his arms and unhurriedly said, "Half Moon Pass wasn't originally called Half Moon Pass. 200 years ago, it was the location of the Half Moon ancient country." He slightly straightened his body, his eyes bright as he said, "Half Moon demonic path is." Xiaolian leaned the broom against the wall and was about to sit down to listen in detail. At this time, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. At this time, the sky was already dark. Those villagers had all been scared by Xiaolian's previous words of bewitched and had shrunk back into their houses, not daring to come out. So who would be knocking? Xiaolian stood at the door and held his breath for a moment. He didn't feel any strange movements from the talisman on the door. Then, he heard two more knocking sounds. Listening to these sounds, it seemed like two people were knocking at the door at the same time. He pondered for a moment before opening the door. Sure enough, two black-clothed teenagers were standing at the door. One was handsome, the other elegant. It was Nan Feng and Fu Yao. Xiaolian said, "You too." Fu Yao was the first to roll his eyes. Nan Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Are you going to Half Moon Pass?" Xiaolian asked, "Where did you hear that?" Nan Feng said, "Several heavenly officials chatted a bit on the road. I heard that you asked about Half Moon Pass in the spirit communication array today." Xiaolian understood. With both hands hidden in his sleeves, he said, "I understand. I'm willing, right?" Both of them had a twisted expression on their faces as they said, "That's right." Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh and said, I understand. However, I'll say this in advance. If you encounter anything you can't handle on the way, you're welcome to run away at any time." At that moment, he stepped aside and invited the two of them into the house to talk in detail. Who knew that when the two of them saw the teenager sitting crookedly behind him, their originally dark complexions instantly turned ashen? Xiaolian asked, "What's wrong?" San Lang sat and spread out his hands. "What's wrong?" Fu Yao frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Xiaolian replied, "He's a friend of mine." "Do you know each other?" San Lang's face was full of innocence. "Brother, who are these two people?" Hearing him call him brother, Nanfeng's mouth twitched and Fu Yao's eyebrows twitched. Xiaolian raised his hand at San Lang and said, "It's nothing, don't be nervous." Nanfeng shouted, "Don't talk to him." Xiaolian asked, "What, do you know each other?" Fu Yao coldly said, "No." Xiaolian said, "If you don't know each other, then why are you?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something glowing beside him. Inadvertently turning his head to look, he saw that the two people had gathered a ball of white light in their right hands. A bad premonition spontaneously arose and he hurriedly said, Stop. Don't be impulsive." The two balls of white light that appeared out of nowhere looked very dangerous. They definitely weren't things that could appear in the hands of ordinary people. San Lang clapped his hands twice and politely said, Amazing. These two words of praise were truly insincere. Xiaolian finally managed to hug the two people's arms. Nanfeng turned his head to look at him and angrily said, "Where did you meet this person? What's his name? Where does he live? What's his background? Why is he with you?" "Xia," Lian said, "I met him on the road. He's called San Lang. I don't know anything, but because I had nowhere to go, I let him stay with me. Can you guys not be impulsive?" "You." Nanfeng held his breath as if he wanted to curse. He forcefully swallowed it and asked, "You don't know anything and you dare let him in?" what if he has bad intentions? Xiaolian thought to himself, why does Nanfang's tone sound like he's his father? If it was another heavenly official or another person, hearing someone younger than them speak like this would have long since made them unhappy. However, Xiaolian had long since become completely indifferent to all kinds of scolding and ridicule. Secondly, he knew that these two people ultimately had good intentions, so he didn't care. At this time, Sanlang said, brother, are these two your servants? Xiaolian warmly said, servant isn't the right word. To be more precise, it should be assistant. Sanlang smiled and said, is that so? He stood up, grabbed something, and threw it at Fu Yao, saying, then help me with something? Fu Yao didn't even look at it as he grabbed it. He held it in his hand and looked down. In a split second, black gas rushed up to his head. This young man actually threw a broom at him. His expression made it seem as if he wanted to smash the broom and the youngster into powder on the spot. Xiaolian hurriedly took the broom and said, calm down, I only have this one. Who would have thought that before he finished speaking, the ball of white light in Fu Yao's hand would be released? He shouted sternly, show yourself. Sanlang didn't try to dodge at all. He still sat with his arms crossed. He only moved slightly to the side, and the dazzling white light hit one of the legs of the offering table. The table tilted, and with a crackling sound, the cups, plates, and bowls fell to the ground. Xiaolian slightly face-bombed. He felt that this couldn't continue. With a wave of his hand, Ruoxia flew out and bound Nanfeng and Fu Yao's arms. The two struggled for a bit, but to no avail. Nanfeng angrily said, what are you doing? Xiaolian made a pause gesture and said, let's talk outside. With another wave of his hand, Ruoxia dragged the two of them and flew out. Xiaolian turned around and said to Sanlang, I'll be right back. He closed the door behind him and walked to the front of the monastery. He first put away Ruoxia, then took the sign in front of the door and placed it in front of the two of them. He said to them, please read it again and tell me what this is. Fu Yao read the sign, this monastery is a dilapidated building. We sincerely ask for donations to repair it and accumulate merit. He raised his head, asking for donations for a dilapidated building? You wrote this? In any case, you're an ascended heavenly official, how could you write this kind of thing? Where's your dignity? Xiaolian nodded and said, yes. I wrote it. If you guys continue to fight inside, then I won't be asking for repairs, but rather building a house. At that time, I won't have any dignity. Nanfeng pointed at Puqi Monastery and said, don't you think that youngster is strange? Xiaolian said, of course I do. Nanfeng said, then you clearly know that he's dangerous, yet you still dare to keep him by your side? Xiaolian saw that they had no intention of donating, so he put the sign back and said, Nanfeng, what you said is wrong. People in this world have countless temperaments and fortuitous encounters. Being strange doesn't equate to being dangerous. You must know that in the eyes of others, I definitely look very strange. But do you guys think I'm dangerous? This was something that couldn't be refuted. This person clearly had the demeanor of an immortal, yet he just happened to be collecting trash all day long. Wasn't this extremely strange? Fu Yao said, aren't you afraid that he has some ulterior motive? Xiaolian asked, what do you guys think I have to plot? When these words came out, Nanfeng and Fu Yao were immediately at a loss for words. This question was indeed very reasonable. If a person was plotted against by others, it was usually because they were guilty of possessing a treasure. But what made people sad was that when they thought about it carefully, they actually couldn't think of anything worth plotting against the current Xiaolian. If he wanted money, he didn't have money. If he wanted treasures, he didn't have treasures. Could it be that he still wanted the trash he collected every day? Xiaolian continued, moreover, it's not like I haven't tested him before. The two people's expressions froze as they asked, how did you test him? What was the result? Xiaolian then told them about those times and said, there was no result. If he isn't an ordinary person, then there is only one possibility left. Absolute. Fu Yao sneered, what if he really is absolute? Xiaolian said, do you guys think that the desperate ghost king is as idle as us? Come to a village and accompany me to collect trash. We're not idle. Yes. On the small hillside, outside the Puchi monastery, the three people could only hear the sound of that youngster leisurely walking back and forth inside the house. He sounded very satisfied, as if he wasn't worried about anything at all. Nanfeng said in a low voice, "No. We still have to think of a way to test whether or not he is absolute." Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "Then you guys can try. However, don't go too far. Maybe he really is just a young master who ran away from home. I hit it off with this little friend. You guys should be more friendly and don't bully him." Hearing the words "don't bully him," Nanfeng's expression was one of speechlessness. Meanwhile, Fu Yao's eyes were practically about to roll to the back of his head. After warning them, he opened the door. San Lang had his head lowered as if he was examining the foot of the offering table. Xiaolian coughed lightly and asked, "Are you all right?" San Lang smiled and said, "I'm fine. I'm just looking at whether or not this table can be fixed." Xiaolian warmly said, "What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't mind." San Lang smiled and said, "Since you said it, why would I mind? Maybe they thought I looked familiar." Fu Yao coldly said, "Yes. They looked a bit familiar, so I might have made a mistake just now." San Lang giggled and said, "Oh. What a coincidence, I also thought these two people looked a bit familiar." Although the two people were still vigilant, they didn't make any more extreme movements. Nanfeng said in a muffled voice, "Clear a place for me to draw the Thousand Li Shrink array." Thousand Li Shrink was the earth shrinking technique. As the name implied, it could shrink 1,000 li of mountains and rivers into a single step. Other than the fact that it consumed a large amount of transcendence energy every time it was used, it was incomparably convenient. Xiaolian put away the mat on the ground and said, "Draw here." Just now, when Fu Yao had entered, he hadn't taken a good look at the furnishings in the temple. Now, after standing in this crooked little rundown house for a while, he looked around with an uncomfortable expression. Frowning, he asked, "You live in a place like this?" Xiaolian brought him a stool and said, "I've always lived in a place like this." Hearing this, Nanfeng's movements paused for a moment. After a moment, he continued drawing the array. Fu Yao didn't sit down. His expression also slightly froze for a moment. It was hard to tell what kind of expression he had on his face. It was 90% stunned, and 10% gloating. However, he quickly put away this strange expression and said, "Where's the bed?" Xiaolian hugged the mat and said, "This is it." Nanfeng raised his head and glanced at the mat, then lowered his head again. Fu Yao glanced at San Lang beside him and said, "You sleep with him?" Xiaolian asked, "Is there a problem?" After a while, the two of them didn't say anything else. It seemed like there was no problem. Xiaolian turned his head and asked, "San Lang, just now you were interrupted halfway through your sentence. What is the half-moon demonic Taoist? Can you continue?" San Lang had been staring at them with a thoughtful expression. His eyes were pitch black, but when he heard Xiaolian's question, he snapped back to reality and smiled slightly. "All right." After a pause, he said, "The half-moon demonic Taoist is the state preceptor of the half-moon ancient kingdom. He is one of the dual demonic Taoist masters." Xiaolian said, "Of course there are two dual demonic Taoist masters. Then who is the other one?" San Lang answered every question and said, "It has nothing to do with the half-moon kingdom. It is a demonic Taoist from the central plains called State Preceptor Feng Xian." Xiaolian slightly widened his eyes and continued to listen. As it turned out, the people of the half-moon kingdom were extremely strong and had a fierce and aggressive temperament. Moreover, they were located in a strange location, which was one of the most important checkpoints between the central plains and the western regions. The two countries often clashed at the border and had constant friction. Their state preceptor was proficient in demonic arts, so the soldiers of the half-moon kingdom trusted him very much and followed him with all their hearts. However, 200 years ago, a dynasty from the Central Plains finally sent troops to attack and flatten the half-moon kingdom. Although the half-moon kingdom was destroyed, the state preceptor and the soldiers' resentment didn't disperse and stayed behind to cause trouble. The half-moon kingdom was originally an oasis. After the country was destroyed and became the half-moon pass, the oasis was gradually swallowed up by the surrounding desert as if it had been corroded by demonic energy. It was said that at night, people could often see tall soldiers of the Half-Moon Kingdom with maces in their hands wandering around the desert, patrolling and hunting. Originally, there were tens of thousands of residents here, but they gradually couldn't survive and moved away. At the same time, there was also a legend that every time a border was crossed, more than half of the people would disappear. As long as someone from the Central Plains passed through here, they would leave behind half of their toll money, human lives. Fu Yao put on a fake smile and said, "This young master, you really know a lot." San Lang smiled and said, "Not at all, not at all. You guys just know a little less." However, Xiaolian said, "Although what you read is unofficial history, the Banyu Kingdom does exist." San Lang said, "Oh?" At this time, Nanfeng finally finished drawing layers of arrays on the ground. He stood up and said, "Done. When do we leave?" Xiaolian quickly packed a bag and went to the door. "Now." He placed his hand on the door and said, "With the heavenly official's blessing, nothing is forbidden." He gently pushed. When he opened the door, the hillside and village were no longer there. In their place was an empty street. Although the street was wide, there were very few people. Only 1 or 2 people could be seen after a long time. It wasn't because the sky was dark, but because the northwest was sparsely populated. Adding to the fact that it was close to the Gobi Desert, even if it was daytime, there probably wouldn't be many people on the road. Xiaolian walked out of the house and closed the door behind him. When he looked back, he didn't come from Pu Chestnut Temple. Behind him was clearly a small inn. This step took him thousands of miles away. This was the magic of the length contraction technique. A few passers-by passed by and looked at them warily. At this time, he heard San Lang say from behind him, according to ancient records, "When the moon sets, walk in the direction of the North Star and you will see the Banyu Kingdom." "Brother, look." He pointed to the sky. "The Big Dipper." Xiaolian looked up and smiled. "The Big Dipper is so bright." San Lang came to his side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Glancing at him, he also raised his head and said with a smile, "Yes. For some reason, the night sky in the northwest seems brighter than in the Central Plains." Xiaolian expressed his agreement. While they were discussing the night sky and stars with a serious face, the 2 young heavenly officials behind them were simply unimaginable. Nanfeng said, "Why is he here?" San Lang said innocently, "Oh, I saw that this Jimin Dunjia is very magical, so I came to take a look." Nanfeng said angrily, "Take a look? Do you think we went to play?" Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. "Forget it. He didn't eat your rations. I should have brought enough." San Lang, follow me closely. Don't get lost. San Lang said obediently, "Okay. Is this a matter of whose rations we eat?" Sigh. Nanfeng, it's late at night and everyone's asleep. Get down to business, get down to business. Don't worry so much. Come on, let's go. The 4 of them followed the Big Dipper's guidance and headed north. After walking for a night, the towns and greenery along the way gradually became sparse, and the sand and stones on the road gradually increased. When they were no longer stepping on mud, they finally entered the Gobi Desert. Although he could travel 1,000 miles in a single step, the further the distance, the greater the consumption of magic power. After using it this time, Nanfeng would not be able to use it again for at least a few hours. Moreover, since Nanfeng had already used up a wave of Fa Li, Xiaolian wouldn't let Fu Yao use it again for the sake of preserving his combat strength. Just in case, there had to be someone with abundant Fa Li. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was huge. It was still alright when it was cold to the bone at night, but it was a completely different feeling in the day. The sky here was extremely clean and the clouds were sparse. However, the sunlight was also extremely fierce. As the group walked, it felt more and more like they were entering a huge steamer. Steam rose from the earth's core, as if walking for a day could steam a living person. Xiaolian relied on the direction of the wind and the vegetation at the foot of the rocks to determine the direction. Worried that someone wouldn't be able to keep up, he would look back every once in a while. It went without saying that Nanfeng and Fu Yao weren't ordinary people, but San Lang made him laugh. The scorching sun shone brightly in the sky. The young man took off his red outer robe and lazily used it to block the sun. His lazy expression carried a hint of weariness. His skin was fair and his hair was pitch black. With the red robe covering his face, his brows and eyes were even more stunning. Xiaolian took off his bamboo hat and put it on San Lang's head. "I'll lend this to you." San Lang was taken aback. After a while, he smiled and said, "No need." He then handed the bamboo hat back to him. Xiaolian didn't continue to refuse. Since he didn't need it, he didn't force the issue. "If you need it, you can find me again." He adjusted the bamboo hat and continued forward. After walking for a while, the group saw a small gray building in the yellow sand ahead. As they got closer, it seemed to be an inn that had been abandoned for many years. Xiaolian raised his head to look at the sky, calculating that it was already past noon, and it would soon be the evening. He was afraid that it would be the hottest and most difficult time of the day. Furthermore, they had already walked the entire night, so it was time to rest. Thus, he led the other three into the building. Seeing a square table in the building, they sat around it. Xiaolian took out a water bottle from the simple luggage on his back and handed it to San Lang. "Want some?" San Lang nodded and took it. He took a sip. Only then did Xiaolian take it back to drink. He tilted his head back and swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Waves of coolness flowed through his throat. He felt extremely carefree. San Lang stood to the side with one hand supporting his cheek. He seemed to be staring but not staring. After a while, he suddenly said, "Anything else?" Xiaolian wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. It was slightly moist. He nodded and handed the water bottle over again. San Lang was about to take it when a hand brushed aside Xiaolian's hand that was holding the water bottle. Fu Yao said, "Wait." Everyone looked at him. Fu Yao slowly took out another water bottle from his sleeve and placed it on the table. He pushed it over and said, "I have one here too. Please." Xiaolian knew what was going on with one look. With Fu Yao's temperament, how could he be willing to share the same water bottle with someone else? He remembered that they said they wanted to test him again last night. Then the water in this water bottle definitely wasn't normal water. It must be the revealing water. If an ordinary person drank this kind of secret medicine, they would be completely fine. But if they weren't human and drank it, they would reveal their true form under the effect of the medicine. Since they wanted to test whether this young man was absolute, then this bottle of revealing water must be quite powerful. San Lang laughed and said, "Big brother and I will drink from the same water bottle." Nan Feng and Fu Yao both glanced at Xiaolian. Xiaolian thought to himself, "Why are you guys looking at me?" Fu Yao coldly said, "He's almost finished his water. You don't have to be polite." San Lang said, "Is that so? Then the two of you first." The two of them didn't make a sound. After a while, Fu Yao spoke again, "You're the guest. You first." Although he still spoke with a refined manner, Xiaolian felt that this sentence was squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. San Lang also made a pleased gesture and said, "You're the attendants. You first. Otherwise, it'll be very embarrassing." Xiaolian listened to them put on an act, and finally began to move. The three of them were separated by a table and secretly exerted force on the pitiful water bottle, pushing it back and forth. Xiaolian only felt that the faintly trembling broken table under his hands was probably going to die prematurely. He shook his head. After a few back and forth in secret, Fu Yao finally couldn't restrain himself. He sneered and said, "Since you're not willing to drink this water, could it be that you're feeling guilty?" San Lang laughed and said, "You're being so unfriendly and refusing to drink first. Isn't it more like you're feeling guilty? Could it be that you've poisoned the water?" Fu Yao said, "You can ask the one beside you if the water is poisoned." San Lang then asked Xiaolian, "Big brother, is the water poisoned?" Fu Yao's question was very cunning. The revealing water was naturally not poison. For ordinary people, drinking it was no different from drinking water. Xiaolian could only answer, "It's not poisoned." But before he could finish, Nan Feng and Fu Yao stared at him fiercely. San Lang actually let go of his hand and said, "Fine." He picked up the water bottle and shook it in his hand. He said, "Since you say it's not poisoned, then I'll drink it." After saying this, he smiled and drank it in one gulp. Xiaolian didn't expect him to be so straightforward and was slightly startled. Nanfeng and Fu Yao were also startled. Then, they immediately went on full alert. Unexpectedly, after San Lang finished drinking the revealing water, he shook the bottle and said, "It doesn't taste that good." Then, he casually tossed the water bottle away. With a clang, the water bottle smashed to pieces on the ground. Seeing that Xiaolian was still completely fine even after drinking the revealing water, Fu Yao was bewildered for a moment. After a moment, he indifferently said, "It's just water. Wouldn't it taste the same? What difference could there be?" San Lang took the water bottle by Xiaolian's elbow and said, "Of course it's not the same. This one tastes a lot better." Seeing this, Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't care what the result was. He didn't care about his so-called identity or goal. Therefore, this chaotic fight, aside from being interesting, was meaningless to him. He originally thought that it would end here. Unexpectedly, with a clang, Nanfeng placed a sword on the table. At first glance, Nanfeng's imposing manner made one think that he was going to kill someone on the spot to silence them. Xiaolian was speechless for a moment before asking, "What are you doing?" Nanfeng lowered his voice and said, "The place we're going to is dangerous. I'm giving this little brother a sharp sword to protect himself." Xiaolian lowered his head and looked at the sword. The scabbard was simple and unadorned, as if it had been honed for many years. It wasn't an ordinary item. His heart trembled. Holding his forehead, he turned to the side and thought to himself, "It's actually Red Mirror." This sword's name was Red Mirror. This was a treasured sword. Although it couldn't subdue demons, no demon or ghost could escape its magical mirror. As long as it wasn't a human object, once it was pulled out, its blade would slowly turn red, as if it was filled with blood. Moreover, the blood-red blade would reflect the original appearance of the person who pulled it out. Regardless of whether you were fierce or merciless, no one would be spared. Youngsters would always have a particular liking for treasured swords and precious horses. San Lang let out a sound of "oh?" Seemingly interested, he said, "Let me see." With one hand holding the blade and the other holding the hilt, he slowly pulled it out. Nanfeng and Fu Yao's four eyes closely followed his movements. That sword was 3 inches out of its scabbard, its blade bright as snow. After a while, San Lang chuckled and said, "Gidge, could it be that these 2 servants of yours are joking with me?" Xiaolian coughed lightly and turned around. He said, "San Lang, I've said it before. They're not servants." After saying this, he turned around again. Nanfeng coldly said, "Who's joking with you?" San Lang laughed and said, "How can a broken sword defend itself?" After he finished speaking, he sheathed the sword and threw it on the table. Hearing this, Nanfeng's eyebrows trembled. He suddenly grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. With a clang, a sharp and cold, broken sword appeared in his hand. The blade of the red mirror had actually been broken from 3 inches down. Nanfeng's expression slightly changed. He then tipped the scabbard over. With a series of clanking sounds, the remaining blade and the scabbard had all been broken into several small, sharp, snow-white pieces. It was true that the red mirror could distinguish all kinds of demons and ghosts. There had never been anything that could escape its discerning eyes. However, it had also never been heard of anything that could break it into several pieces through the scabbard. Nanfeng and Fu Yao both pointed at San Lang and said, "You." San Lang laughed twice and leaned back. His black boots rested on the table and he picked up a piece of the red mirror and played with it in his hand. He said, "I don't think you guys would purposely give me a broken sword to defend myself. Perhaps you accidentally broke it on the way? Don't worry, I can defend myself without a sword. As for the sword, you guys can keep it for yourselves." On the other hand, Xiaolian was completely unable to look directly at that sword. Speaking of which, this strange sword, Red Mirror, was originally a part of Junwu's collection. When Xiaolian first ascended, he went to the Divine Martial Hall to play and saw it there. He felt that although this sword wasn't very practical, it was still interesting, so Junwu gave it to him. Later on, he was demoted. For a period of time, life was really difficult and he couldn't carry on. Thus, he had Feng Xian pawn this strange sword. Yes, pawn. After pawning it, the money earned was enough for the master and follower to eat a few good meals. After that, there was nothing else. At that time, Xiaolian had pawned too many things. Thus, he simply forgot all about it. Otherwise, his heart would drip blood every time he thought about it. Thinking about it, it could be that after Xianxia ascended, he remembered this matter and really couldn't bear to see the strange sword of the generation, the red mirror, wander in the mortal world. Thus, he went down to the mortal world to find the sword, sharpen it, polish it, and place it in Nanyang Hall. Then, it was taken down by Nan Feng. In short, Xiaolian felt a dull pain at the sight of this sword. He could only avert his gaze. He felt the three of them quarreling again. Shaking his head, he carefully observed the weather outside. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid there will be a sandstorm in a while. If we continue to walk today, I wonder if we can find shelter along the way. At this time, on the golden sand outside the house, two figures suddenly flashed past. Xiaolian immediately sat up. The two figures, one in black and one in white, didn't seem to be in a hurry. One could even say they were calm. However, their feet seemed to be treading on the wind and clouds, moving extremely fast. The figure in black was tall and slender. The figure in white was a female Taoist priest. She carried a long sword on her back and held a horsetail whisk in her arm. The figure in black didn't even turn his head. The female Taoist priest in white, on the other hand, glanced back and smiled as she passed by the small building. This smile was like their figures, disappearing in a flash. However, for some reason, it gave off a strange and treacherous feeling. Xiaolian had been staring outside the whole time and just happened to catch the scene. The other three people in the small building could only vaguely see their backs. For the time being, they couldn't pay attention to anything else. Nanfeng suddenly stood up and asked, "Who are those people?" Xiaolian also stood up and said, "I don't know. But they definitely aren't ordinary people." After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, "You guys don't play around for now. I think the wind is getting stronger. Let's hurry up and walk as far as we can." Fortunately, although this group of people would be in chaos from time to time, they still steeled their hearts to do what they needed to do. At that moment, they no longer argued and collected the red mirror fragments before leaving the small building. The four of them walked against the wind for a while. This time, they walked for about 4 hours. However, the distance they walked was far less than what they could walk in the previous 4 hours. The sandstorm was much stronger than before. The gale carried the sand and smashed into their bodies, causing their exposed heads, faces, and arms to ache faintly. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. Their ears whistled as the yellow sand covered the sky and covered the earth, making it hard to see clearly. Xiaolian pressed down on his bamboo hat and said, "This sandstorm is really strange." For a long time, no one answered. Xiaolian thought to himself, could it be that they've all fallen behind? When he turned around to look, he saw that the three people were clearly still following them. However, it was as if they hadn't heard him speak just now. As it turned out, the sandstorm was too strong. Once he opened his mouth, even his voice was blown away. Nan Feng and Fu Yao naturally didn't need him to worry about them. They walked steadily against the sandstorm with a murderous aura around them. Meanwhile, San Lang had been following 5 steps behind him, walking at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. Amidst the yellow sand that filled the sky, that youth's expression was without a ripple. He walked with his hands behind his back, his red clothes and black hair fluttering in the wind. It was as if he couldn't feel the attack of the sandstorm at all. He was completely unmoved and didn't even blink. Xiaolian's face was already hurting from the sand. Seeing him act so indifferent, he was truly worried. He said to him, "Be careful of the sand getting into your eyes and clothes." After thinking about it again, he realized that San Lang couldn't hear what he said. Xiaolian directly walked over and helped him tighten his collar, wrapping it tightly so that the wind and sand wouldn't get in. San Lang was startled again. At this time, the other 2 people also caught up. The 4 of them were relatively close, so they could finally hear each other's voices. Xiaolian said, "Everyone, be careful. This sandstorm came too suddenly. Something's not right. I'm afraid it's a demonic wind with evil energy." Fu Yao said, it's just that the wind and sand are a bit stronger, that's all. Apart from that, what else could it be? Xiaolian shook his head and said, the sandstorm is fine. I'm just afraid that there's something else in the sand. Right at this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew the bamboo hat on Xiaolian's head into the air. Once the bamboo hat flew away, it would completely disappear into the boundless yellow sand. However, San Lang's reaction was surprisingly quick. With a raise of his hand, he caught the bamboo hat that was about to fly into the sky and handed it back to Xiaolian. Xiaolian thanked him. As he fastened the bamboo hat, he said, it's best if we find a place to hide for now. However, Fu Yao didn't agree. If there really is something wrong with this sandstorm, then its goal is to stop us from moving forward. The more this is the case, the more we should move forward. Hearing this, before Xiaolian could say anything, San Lang was the first to laugh out loud. Fu Yao raised his head and coldly said, what are you laughing at? San Lang crossed his arms and giggled. Purposely going against others, does it give you a sense of satisfaction that you're a maverick? Xiaolian had previously felt that although this youth was always laughing, it was often difficult to tell whether he was sincere or not. He would even pretend to be flattering and ridiculing the other party. But this time, anyone could see that this smile of his didn't carry even the slightest bit of good intentions. Fu Yao's gaze suddenly turned cold. Xiaolian raised his hand and said, you guys stop first. If you have anything to say it later. When the wind is really strong, it's also very frightening. Fu Yao said. Can it even blow people up into the sky? Xiaolian said, yes, what you said is very possible. Before he finished speaking, the people in front of him suddenly disappeared. In reality, the one who disappeared wasn't them, but him. This sandstorm had actually wrapped him up and carried him into the sky. Tornado! Xiaolian spun in midair. With a wave of his hand, he said, Ruoxi. Grab something solid and reliable. Ruoxi flew out with a whooshing sound. In the next moment, Xiaolian felt the end of the white silk sink, as if it had wrapped around something and pulled him. With great difficulty, Xiaolian stabilized himself in midair. When he lowered his head to look, he saw that he had actually been brought to a place at least 10 feet above the ground by the violent wind. Right now, he was like a kite that was only being pulled by a thread, his heart tied to the ground. Amidst the yellow sand that assaulted his face, he grabbed onto Ruoxi while doing his best to see what Ruoxi had grabbed onto. As he looked and looked, he finally made out a red silhouette. The other end of Ruoxi's white silk seemed to be wrapped around the wrist of a red-cloaked youth. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to ask Ruoxi to quickly catch another one, he felt the white silk around his wrist suddenly loosen. He cursed inwardly. This sudden feeling was not because Ruoxi's other end had been released, but because something even more terrifying had happened. Sure enough, the red shadow on the ground suddenly got a lot closer to him. Not long after. It was within his reach. San Lang had also been drawn into the storm. Xiaolian shouted at him, don't panic. As soon as he opened his mouth, he ate another mouthful of sand. But now, as he ate, he got used to it. Although he shouted for San Lang not to panic, in reality, he also didn't think San Lang would panic. As expected. After the youth was sucked into the air, Ruoxia quickly put him away. The distance between the two of them narrowed. Xiaolian could clearly see that there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face. If he was given a book, he would immediately be able to read in the sand and dust. Xiaolian even suspected that he had been swept up on purpose. Ruoxia circled their waists a few times. After tying them together, Xiaolian hugged San Lang. He added, go again. Don't arrest anyone this time. And so, Ruoxia flew out once more. This time, the ones he grabbed were Nan Feng and Fu Yao. Xiaolian was both physically and mentally exhausted. He turned to Ruoxia and said, I told you not to capture people. This people I'm talking about doesn't refer to people in the narrow sense of the word. Fine. He shouted towards the people below, Nan Feng, Fu Yao. Hold on. You must hold on. On the ground, Nan Feng and Fu Yao naturally wanted to hold on. The two of them stood in place, but the sandstorm was too fierce and too violent. Not long after, 2 more black shadows were also swept into the tornado. This time, the 4 of them spun rapidly in the air. In the dark yellow sky, the tornado was like a crooked pillar of sand that supported the sky, and the white silk and the 4 silhouettes spun ceaselessly in this sand pillar, spinning faster and faster, rising higher and higher. Xiaolian crazily ate the sand as he roared, "Why are you guys up here too?" All they could see was sand, and all they could hear was wind. They had no choice but to shout at each other as loudly as they could. Fu Yao spat as he ate the sand, "Then I'll have to ask you, silly white silk. What's wrong with it?" Xiaolian grabbed the silly white silk with both hands and said helplessly, "Ruoxi, oh Ruoxi, the 4 of us are relying on you now. This time, you must not grab the wrong one. Go." With a solemn and stirring mood, he let go again. Nanfeng roared, "Don't count on this thing. Think of something else." At this moment, Xiaolian felt his hand tighten again, and his spirits rose as he said, "Wait, give it another chance. We caught him again." Fu Yao also roared, "Don't trap another passerby. Let me go." Needless to say, Xiaolian was also extremely worried about this. He tugged at Ruoxi, but the other end didn't budge at all. Only then did he relax and said, "No. That head is very heavy and very stable." He then said, "Withdraw." Against the frenzied tornado, Ruoxia quickly pulled back. The 4 figures quickly distanced themselves from the wind pillar. Gradually, Xiaolian could clearly see a semicircular black silhouette in the middle of the yellow sand. The silhouette was huge, about the size of a small temple. The other end of Ruoxia's hook was precisely this thing. When they got closer to the ground, he finally saw it clearly. It was an enormous rock. In this degree of sandstorm, this sandstone was like a solid and silent fortress. It was undoubtedly an excellent shelter from the wind. On their way here, they clearly hadn't seen this kind of rock. They really didn't know how far that strange tornado had brought them. As soon as the 4 of them landed, they immediately circled around to the leeward side of the rock. As soon as they circled around, Xiaolian's heart brightened and he said, "This really is a blessing from the heavens." It turned out that on the leeward side of this rock, there was a hole. This hole was 2 doors wide, and its height was slightly shorter than the first door. However, if an adult were to bend their waist and lower their head, it would be enough for them to enter. The hole's entrance wasn't regular and was crooked. However, it also didn't seem like it was naturally formed. It might have been carelessly dug by someone. As soon as Xiaolian entered, he discovered that this rock was practically hollowed out. The space inside the hole wasn't small, but it was relatively dark inside. He didn't explore the inside and only sat down in a place where the light could reach. Then, he patted off the sand on Ruoxia's body and wrapped it around his wrist. Nanfeng and Fu Yao were both spitting out sand. Sand had entered their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears, not to mention the sand in the folds of their clothes. When they took them off and shook them, they found that they were all filled with fine sand and stones. Among the 4 of them, the one who looked the most safe and sound was San Lang. After he stooped down and entered, he casually brushed off the sand and dust on his red clothes. Aside from his slightly messy black hair, which was tied askew, his contented appearance wasn't affected in the slightest. However, his black hair was originally tied askew for Xiaolian. If it was a little more askew, it wouldn't matter. Nanfeng rubbed his face twice and cursed it out loud. Xiaolian shook off the sand in his bamboo hat and said, "Ah, I really didn't expect that you guys would also be praised to the heavens. Why didn't you guys use 1,000 jinpeng?" Nanfeng spat out sand as he said, "I did. It's useless." Fu Yao fiercely shook his outer robe as he fiercely said, "What do you think this place is? This is the extreme northwest desert. It's not like it's my family's general's home ground. To the north is the Pei family's second general's territory, while to the west is Quan Yizhen's territory. Within a radius of several hundred li, there's not a single Xianxia temple. One must know that there was a common saying in the human world, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Therefore, as the deputy generals of the martial god of the southeast and martial god of the southwest, it was inevitable that their powers would be limited when they used magic in a territory that didn't belong to them. Xiaolian looked at their appearances and saw that they were both extremely sullen and angry. It was probably the first time that they had been blown into the sky by a gust of wind and couldn't land back on the ground. He said, "It's really been hard on you guys." Xianxia sat on the ground next to him. With one hand supporting his cheek, he said, "Are we just going to wait here for the sandstorm to pass?" Xiaolian turned to him and said, "It looks like we can only do this now. No matter how powerful that tornado is, it shouldn't be able to sweep such a large rock into the sky." Xianxia said, "It's just as you said before. This sandstorm is indeed very strange." Xiaolian suddenly thought of something and said, "Xianxia, I have a question." Xianxia said, "Go ahead and ask." Xiaolian said, "That teacher of the state, was it a man or a woman?" Xianxia said, "Didn't I say it before? Female." Xiaolian thought that was indeed the case. He said, "Before, when we were resting in that abandoned building, didn't we see two people walking in front of that building? Their footwork was graceful and strange. They definitely weren't ordinary people. Among them, the person in white was a white-clothed female Taoist priest." Fu Yao said doubtfully, looking at that person's robe, "It's hard to tell if they were male or female. Their stature was also taller than the average woman." "Did you really see them clearly?" Xiaolian said, "I saw them clearly. I can't be wrong. That's why I'm thinking, could that person be the teacher of the state?" Nanfeng said, "It's possible. However, there was also a black-cloaked person traveling with her. Who could it be?" Xiaolian said, "It's hard to say. However, that person walked faster than her. Their abilities are definitely not below hers." Fu Yao said, "Could it be the other one of the dual demonic masters, teacher of the state, Xianxia?" Xiaolian said, "About that. I think the reason why the dual demonic masters are called together is because it's easy to remember. Just like the four pests of the ghost realm, even if there aren't four, they still have to make it four." Hearing this, Xianxia laughed out loud again. Xiaolian looked at him and said, "It's nothing. I just feel that what you said makes a lot of sense. Among the four pests, one is indeed just there to make up the numbers." Continue. Xiaolian then continued, "In reality, they shouldn't have any relationship. I've heard of this teacher of the state, Xianxia. She's the state teacher of Yong'an country. The time she appeared was at least 100 years apart from this teacher of the state." Fu Yao felt that this was unreasonable. He said, "You don't know about the four pests of the ghost realm, but you know about the state teacher of the state of Yong'an country?" Xiaolian said, "Sometimes when I pass by to collect trash, I'll understand a little. I don't go to the ghost realm to collect trash, so of course I wouldn't understand them." At this time, the sound of the wind outside the cave weakened a little. Nanfeng stood a little further away and patted the rock to examine its material. After a moment of concentration, he lowered his head and said, "How did such a hole get dug out of this rock?" He probably felt that it was extremely suspicious for such a rock to appear here. Xiaolian didn't find this strange. He said, "There are quite a few rocks that dig holes like this. In the past, the people of the half-moon country would occasionally dig holes like this in the rocks in order to avoid the sandstorms when they were out grazing and couldn't make it back home in time. Some of these holes aren't dug, they're blasted open." Nanfeng doubtfully asked, "How do you graze in the desert?" Xiaolian said, 200 years ago, this place wasn't completely a desert. There was also an oasis." At this time, Xianxia said, "Gidge." Xiaolian turned his head and asked, "What is it?" Xianxia pointed and said, "The rock you're sitting on seems to have some words written on it." "What?" Xiaolian first lowered his head, then stood up. Only then did he realize that the place he was sitting on was a stone slab. Wiping away the dust, he found that there were indeed words on the stone slab. It was just that the carvings were rather shallow, so the writing wasn't very obvious. Half of the stone slab was still buried in the sand, and the writing extended upwards, disappearing into the darkness. Since there were words, he definitely had to take a look. Xiaolian said, "I don't have much power left. Can any of you use a palm flame to help me illuminate this place?" "Many thanks." Nanfeng snapped his fingers, and in a split second, a ball of flame appeared in his palm. Xiaolian inadvertently glanced at Xianxia, but he wasn't surprised. After all, he had even seen the thousand-li shrinking technique. Xia Lian felt that no matter what the two of them showed each other in the future, there wouldn't be any surprises. Nan Feng moved his palm to where Xia Lian was pointing, and the flame illuminated the words carved on the stone slab. The words were extremely strange, as if they were randomly scribbled by a child. Nan Feng asked, "What's written here?" San Lang said, "Naturally, it's the language of the half-moon country." Xia Lian said, "Nan Feng is probably asking what it means. Let me take a look." As he walked, he cleared away the sand and stones on the stone slab and arrived at the top row. These words were especially large, and seemed to be a question. And these words repeatedly appeared on the stone slab. Beside him, Fu Yao also held up a palm flame and said, "You know how to read the half-moon literature?" Xia Lian said, "To tell you the truth, before the half-moon country's demonic Taoist came out, I used to collect trash in the half-moon country." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm just curious how many other places you've collected trash." Xia Lian smiled and lowered his head to continue reading. In a flash, he suddenly said two words, "General." Nan Feng and Fu Yao asked at the same time, "What?" Xia Lian raised his head and said, "I said, the words written at the top of this stone slab are general." After a pause, he continued, "However, there's another character after general. However, I'm not too sure about the meaning of the last character." Nan Feng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then take another look." Xia Lian nodded. Nan Feng held on to the ball of flames in his palm and moved his hand forward a little more. When he moved, Xia Lian suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. At the edge of his vision, there seemed to be something extra. He pressed his hands on the stone slab full of words and slowly raised his head. Above the stone slab, the faint flame illuminated a face with stiff muscles in the darkness. This face had two eyeballs looking down, staring at him. "Aha!" The one who screamed wasn't them, but the face with stiff muscles. Nanfeng's other hand also held up the palm flame. The flames on his hand suddenly soared high and finally illuminated the entire interior of the cave. The person who was illuminated by the flames just now was a person who had been hiding in the darkness. At this moment, he was frantically retreating to the side, shrinking to the edge of the depths of the cave. At the edge of the cave, there were already 7 or 8 people huddled together, shivering. Nanfeng shouted, "Who are you people?" This shout filled the entire cave with a buzzing sound. Xia Lian's ears were already hurting from the screams just now. At this moment, he had no choice but to cover his ears. The sandstorm was too strong and the noise was too loud. They spoke so softly that they couldn't hear each other at all. After entering the cave, they first began to discuss the half-moon imperial tutor. Later on, they concentrated on deciphering the stone slab. Unexpectedly, they didn't notice that there were still people hiding in the cave without making a sound. The 7 or 8 people trembled. After a while, an old man about 50 years old finally said, "We are a passing caravan, ordinary merchants. The sandstorm is too strong and we can't walk, so we're taking shelter here." He was the calmest person in the group and seemed to be the leader. Nanfeng said again, "Since you're ordinary passing merchants, why are you hiding here so sneakily?" Just as the old man was about to speak, a 17 or 18-year-old youth beside him said loudly, "We weren't sneaky in the first place. You suddenly rushed in, who knows if you're good or bad? Later on, we vaguely heard you talking about something about the half-moon imperial tutor and the ghost realm. You even know how to set fire out of thin air. We thought you were the half-moon empire's soldiers patrolling to catch people and eat them. How would we dare to make a sound?" The old man seemed to be afraid that his words would offend the other party and said, "Tianxing, don't talk nonsense." The youth had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was born with a tiger's head and a tiger's brain. After being scolded by the elder, he immediately shut up. Xia Lian's ears finally stopped hurting. He put down his hand and said amiably, "It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding. Everyone, don't be nervous. Relax a little." After a pause, he continued, "Of course we're not the half-moon empire soldiers. I'm the master of a Taoist temple. These people are all people of my temple. They all learn the art of Qimeng Denjia. You're just ordinary merchants, and we're just ordinary Taoists. We don't have any ill intentions. It's just that we're all people seeking shelter from the storm and coincidentally entered the same cave." His voice was gentle. Speaking so slowly, it was quite good at soothing people's emotions. After repeated explanations and assurances, the expressions of the merchants finally eased up. Unexpectedly, Xianlang suddenly laughed and said, "Not at all. I can see that these merchants aren't ordinary. They're too modest." Everyone looked at him in confusion. Xianlang said, "Isn't it said that every time you pass through the half-moon pass, more than half will disappear? Knowing that there's such a rumor, you still dare to pass through here. You can be considered very courageous. How can you say they're ordinary?" Hearing this, the old man said, "Young man, that's not necessarily the case. In fact, most of the rumors are exaggerated. Many caravans have passed through here and left safely." Xianlang said, "Oh?" The old man said, "As long as we find the right person to lead the way, we'll be fine as long as we don't stray into the Half-Moon Empire's former territory. That's why we specifically found a local to lead the way for us this time." The youth, Xianxia, said, "That's right. It still depends on the guide. It's all thanks to Brother Zhao along the way. He led us to avoid a lot of quicksand. As soon as we saw the wind, he quickly led us to a place to hide. Otherwise, we might have been buried alive by the sand." Xiaolian glanced at Zhao, who was leading the way. He was very young, about 20 years old. He had a handsome, wooden face and didn't express anything even after being praised. He only lowered his head and said, "It's nothing. It's all part of my duty. I hope that everyone's camels and goods are fine after the wind passes." "It'll definitely be fine." The attitude of the merchants was very optimistic, but Xiaolian had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they thought. If there wouldn't be a problem if they didn't mistakenly enter the remnant of the Half-Moon Kingdom, then could it be that those more than half of the caravans that had disappeared in the past were all suicidal? He thought for a moment and said to Nanfeng Fuyao in a low voice, "Everything happened too suddenly. After this sandstorm passes, we'll first ensure that these people leave safely before going to the remnant of the Half-Moon Kingdom to investigate." He then lowered his head and continued to read the words on the stone slab. He had just recognized the word general, but that was because this word was used a lot, and it had already been 200 years since he came to the Half-Moon Kingdom. Even if he had learned it well at that time, he would have forgotten everything after 200 years. Now that he had suddenly regained it, he really needed a bit of time and patience. At this moment, Xianlang said, "General's tomb." As soon as he said that, Xiaolian remembered. Didn't the last word mean tomb, and cave? He turned around and asked curiously, "Xianlang, could it be that you also know the Half-Moon Kingdom?" Xianlang smiled and said, "Not much. It's just out of interest, so I know a few." Xiaolian was already used to him saying this. The Half-Moon Kingdom itself was rare, and understanding it was already rare. The word tomb was also not a common word. If he really only knew a few, how could he just happen to know this one? When he said not much, it was probably the same as don't be afraid to ask anything. He immediately smiled and said, "Great. Maybe the ones you know are the ones I don't know. Come over, let's take a look together." He lightly waved his hand and Xianlang went over. Nanfeng and Fuyao stood to the side, holding a palm flame to illuminate the two of them. Xiaolian's finger slowly brushed over the words on the tombstone. He and Xianlang discussed in low voices, quietly reading it. As they read, their gazes became more and more curious, and finally, they gradually settled down. The youth in the caravan was, after all, young and curious. In addition, the two of them had casually exchanged a few words just now, so he had become familiar with them. He asked, "Brothers, what exactly is written on this stone tablet?" Xiaolian came back to his senses and replied, "This stone tablet is a tombstone. Written on the tombstone is the life of a general." Tianxing said, "A general from the Half-Moon Kingdom?" Xianlang said, "No, it was a general from the Central Plains." Nanfeng asked doubtfully, "A general from the Central Plains? Then why would the people of the Half-Moon Kingdom erect a tomb for him? Isn't it said that the two countries were constantly at war?" Xianlang said, "This general was very strange. Although the stone tablet refers to him as a general, he is actually just a lieutenant." "Then did he later get promoted to general?" "He didn't. Furthermore, in the beginning, he commanded 100 people. Later, he commanded 70, and then 50. In short, he was demoted all the way. This kind of experience of being demoted again and again until he couldn't be demoted was very familiar. Xiaolian felt two pairs of eyes focused on him, but he pretended not to notice and continued to read the words on the stone tablet. At this moment, Tianxing asked in confusion, how can there be such a thing as an official who gets lower and lower? As long as they don't make any big mistakes, even if they don't get promoted, they won't get demoted either. How many failures do they have to fail to achieve this? Xiaolian clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it in front of his mouth. He coughed lightly and solemnly said, "Little friend, it's common for an official to get lower and lower in rank." Ah? Sanlang laughed and said, "Indeed, it's common." After a pause, he continued, "The reason this lieutenant got lower and lower wasn't because his martial prowess was lacking and he wasn't worthy of his position, but because the relationship between the two countries wasn't good. However, on the battlefield, not only did he not make any contributions, but he was also a hindrance." Nanfeng asked, "What do you mean by hindrance?" Sanlang said, "Not only did he stop the other side from killing their own people, he also stopped them from killing the other side's people. Every time he did so, he was demoted by one rank." As he spoke unhurriedly, the 7 or 8 merchants gradually sat down and treated it as if they were listening to his story. They were quite engrossed in it and expressed their opinions as they listened. Tianxing said, "I don't think this lieutenant did anything wrong. It's one thing for soldiers to go to war, but it's not a problem to not let them kill civilians as they please, right? Although it's quite out of kindness for a country's soldier to do so and not very appropriate, on the whole, there's nothing wrong with it. Yes, after all, he's saving people, not harming people." Xiaolian listened and smiled slightly. The group of merchants in front of him were not the people who lived in the border area, nor were they ancient people from 200 years ago. Now that the Half-Moon Kingdom had been reduced to ashes, when people mentioned it again, they could naturally play it down, sympathize, and even praise it a little. Even if they didn't agree, they could probably understand. But 100 years ago, when the two sides were at war and hated each other endlessly, the consequences of this kind of behavior were definitely not just a light out of kindness evaluation. Among the group of people, only Ah Zhao, probably because he was a local, understood a little more. He said, "Today is today, 200 years ago is 200 years ago. This officer is already very lucky to have only been demoted." Fu Yao scoffed and said, "Laughable to the extreme." Xiaolian could more or less guess what he was going to say and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Sure enough, under the light of the fire, Fu Yao's gloomy brows and eyes were illuminated. He said, "Since this person has become a soldier, he should always remember to protect his own country and bravely kill the enemy on the front lines. When two countries are at war, casualties are inevitable. Such soft-heartedness will only make his own comrades hate him, and the enemy officers and soldiers will find him comical and ridiculous. No one will thank him." His words were also very reasonable, so the cave was silent. Fu Yao then said indifferently, "In the end, this kind of person only has one ending, death. And most likely, he died at the hands of his own people." After a moment of silence, Xiaolian broke the silence and said, "Yes. You're quite right. He died." Tianxing was shocked. "Ah. How did he die? Was he really killed by his own people?" After pondering for a moment, Xiaolian opened his mouth and said, "That's not it. It said that there was a time when both sides were fighting. While they were fighting, this person didn't tie his boots properly and stepped on it. He fell and..." Everyone in the cave had originally thought that this general must have died tragically. Hearing this, they were all stunned. They all thought to themselves, "What kind of way did he die?" Laughter burst out, "Ha ha 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 ha." Xiaolian said, "He was trampled to death and hacked to death by the red-eyed soldiers of both sides." Ha 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 ha. Sanlang raised an eyebrow and said, "Is it very funny?" Xiaolian also said, "Cough. Yes, it's quite tragic. Everyone, be a little more sympathetic. Don't laugh. Since we're in someone else's tomb, let's give him some face." Tianxing hurriedly said, "I don't mean any harm. But, this is too, a little, haha." Xiaolian couldn't help it because when he read up to this point, he also wanted to laugh. He could only not bring it up and continue reading. Translating, he said, in short, although this officer's reputation in the army wasn't good, the people of the Half-Moon Kingdom and the people of the Central Plains at the border received his care, so they called him General. They built a simple stone tomb for him and erected a stone tablet to commemorate him. Sanlang said, later on, the people of the Half-Moon Kingdom also discovered the magic of this stone tablet. As long as you kowtow to this stone tablet 3 times, you can turn misfortune into fortune in the Gobi Desert. His tone was so profound that it was very convincing. His expression was also serious. When everyone heard this, several people immediately kowtowed, saying that it was better to believe it than not. Xiaolian was puzzled. Ah? Is there such a thing? Is it that magical? Sanlang smiled slightly and said in a low voice, no. I made it up. Since they just laughed, it's not too much for them to kowtow now, right? Xiaolian looked and saw that it was true. There was no one behind the stone tablet. Originally, he was still a bit sad, but now he found it funny. He also said in a low voice, why are you so naughty? Sanlang stuck out his tongue. The two of them were laughing when suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, what is this? This cry was extremely shrill in the entire cave, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Xiaolian looked in the direction of the cry and said, what's wrong? The people who were originally kowtowing to the ancient stone tablet scrambled away and cried out in fear, snake. Nanfeng and Fu Yao turned their arms in the direction of the direction, and 2 flames from their palms lit up the ground in that area. Impressively, there was a long, gorgeous snake coiled on the sand. Everyone panicked. Why is there a snake? Why isn't this snake making any noise? I don't even know when it crawled in here. Illuminated by the flames, the snake's body rose up. It seemed to be extremely vigilant, ready to attack at any time. Nanfeng was just about to send a palm flame over when he saw someone leisurely walk over. With a casual grab, the person grabbed the snake's weak point and lifted it up with his left hand. As he observed, he said, isn't it normal for there to be snakes in the desert? The one who was so unscrupulous was naturally Sanlang. As the saying goes, hit the snake's weak point. If the snake's weak point was crushed, no matter how vicious its venomous fangs were, it wouldn't be able to become powerful. The snake's tail softly wrapped around his left arm a few times. Now that it was closer, Xiaolian focused his eyes and saw that the snake's skin seemed to be translucent. He could see the bright purplish-red color inside, mixed with strands of black. It made him think of the color of internal organs and was very uncomfortable. The snake's tail was actually the color of flesh, and it was segmented as if it had grown layers of hard shells. It didn't look like a snake's tail, but more like a scorpion's. Seeing this clearly, Xiaolian's expression abruptly changed. Be careful of its tail. Before he finished speaking, the snake's entangled tail suddenly loosened its grip on Sanlang's arm. The tip of the tail seemed to have become another snake's head as it flicked backwards and fiercely stabbed. That tail's thrust was extremely fierce, but Sanlang's right hand reached out and easily caught the tail. He pinched the tail as if he was holding something fun and showed it to Xiaolian. With a smile, he said, this tail is quite interesting. At the tip of the snake's tail, there was actually a flesh-red thorn. Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and said, it's good that it didn't hit. It really is a scorpion tail snake. Nanfeng and Fu Yao also came over to look at the snake. A scorpion tail snake? Xiaolian replied, that's right. It's a type of poison unique to Half-Moon Country. It's still considered rare, so I've never seen it before. However, I've heard of it. Its body is like a snake's, and its tail is like a scorpion's. However, its poison is more violent than both of them combined. Whether it's being bitten by its poisonous fangs or being pricked by its poisonous tail, it's all. Speaking up to this point, he saw Sanlang toss the snake over and over in his hand. Sometimes he stretched it out, sometimes he pressed it down, and sometimes he twisted it like a towel. The only thing missing was a bow. After a moment of silence, Xiaolian warmly advised, Sanlang, don't play with it anymore. It's very dangerous. However, Sanlang smiled and said, it's fine. Gitch doesn't need to worry. This scorpion tail snake is the totem of the Half-Moon Country preceptor. This is a rare opportunity, so of course I have to look at it carefully. Xiaolian was startled. The totem of the half-moon country preceptor? San Lang replied, exactly. It said that the half-moon country preceptor was able to control this type of scorpion tail snake. That's why the half-moon country preceptor believed that her powers were boundless and worshipped her as their preceptor. As soon as he heard the word control, Xiaolian felt something was wrong. He thought to himself, whenever someone mentioned control, it would always be in large groups. He immediately said, everyone, hurry and get out first. I'm afraid the scorpion tail snake isn't just one. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a blood-curdling scream. Ah! One after another, several people cried out in alarm, snakes. So many snakes. There's one here too. Within the darkness, 7 or 8 purplish-red scorpion tail snakes had actually crawled out without a sound. They had appeared extremely suddenly, so it was impossible to tell which cave they had crawled out from. They didn't attack either, instead quietly staring at this group of people, as if they were examining something. The snakes crawled and attacked without a sound. They didn't even make the hissing sound that a poisonous snake would make when spitting out its tongue. It was truly dangerous to the extreme. Nanfeng and Fu Yao struck out with their palms, causing a large ball of raging fire to explode within the cave. Xiaolian shouted, get out! How could anyone dare to stay in the cave? They hastily fled out. Fortunately, the sky had already turned dusk. That tornado had long since gone far away, and the sandstorm outside had also lessened by quite a bit. The group of people retreated towards an open area. As they ran, someone said, this stone tablet is too scary. How could we still encounter this kind of thing after kowtowing 3 times? Xiaolian thought to himself that it was fortunate that they didn't know that the last sentence was made up by San Lang. However, he heard someone else say, that's right. The effect is more or less the same as kowtowing to that lousy immortal. The more we kowtow, the more unlucky we get. Xiaolian was left speechless as he was struck by an arrow in such a remote place. Suddenly, Tianxing cried out in alarm, Uncle Zheng. The old man he was supporting collapsed. Xiaolian rushed forward and asked, what's wrong? That Uncle Zheng's face was filled with pain as he shakily raised his hand. Xiaolian caught his hand and looked at it. His heart sank when he saw that the area between his thumb and forefinger was purplish red and swollen. He could barely make out an extremely small hole in the swollen area. With such a small wound, he feared that even if he had been stabbed, he wouldn't be able to feel it for a while. Xiaolian immediately said, everyone, quickly check if you have any wounds on your body. If you do, quickly tie it up with a rope. He then turned over his wrist to look at his meridians. There was a purplish-red color visible to the naked eye that was currently climbing up his meridians. Xiaolian thought that this snake venom was very powerful. Just as he was about to untie Ruoxi, he saw A Zhao tear off a strip of cloth and tie it tightly around the center of the old man's forearm, preventing the poisonous blood from flowing back to his heart. His actions were incomparably fast, causing Xiaolian to inwardly praise him. When he raised his head, Nanfeng had already taken out a medicine bottle and poured out a pill. Xiaolian gave it to the old man. Tianxing panicked and shouted, Uncle, are you all right? Brother A Zhao, Uncle won't die, right? A Zhao shook his head and said, after being bitten by a scorpion tail snake, death is certain within 4 hours. Tianxing was startled and said, then what should we do? Uncle Zheng was the leader of the caravan. The other merchants also anxiously said, didn't you give this little brother medicine? Nanfeng said, I didn't give him an antidote. It's just a temporary lifespan extension. At most, I can help him delay the 4 hours to 24 hours. The crowd of merchants became flustered. There's only 24 hours? If that's the case, doesn't that mean we can only wait for death like this? Is this poison incurable? At this time, San Lang slowly walked over and said, there's hope. Everyone looked towards him. Tianxing was overjoyed. Turning his head, he said, Brother Zhao, why didn't you say so earlier that there was hope? You scared me to death. A Zhao didn't say anything and just silently shook his head. San Lang said, of course it's hard for him to say. If the poison person can be saved, but the others can't, what do you say? Xiaolian said, San Lang, what do you say? San Lang said, Brother, Do you know the origin of the legend of the scorpion tail snake? Originally, according to the legend, several hundred years ago, a king of the half-moon country went hunting deep in the mountains and accidentally caught two poisonous creatures that had transformed into demons. One was a poisonous snake spirit, and the other was a scorpion spirit. These two poisonous creatures cultivated deep in the mountains and didn't care about worldly affairs. They had never harmed anyone, but the king of the half-moon country used the excuse that they were poisonous creatures and would sooner or later harm people. Thus, he wanted to kill them. The two demons bitterly begged the king to let them live. However, the king's natural disposition was cruel. He forced the two demons to copulate in front of him and a group of ministers, allowing them to drink and amuse themselves at the banquet. After the banquet ended, the king still killed the two poisonous creatures. Only the queen couldn't bear to do this, but she also didn't dare to disobey the king. Thus, she plucked a fragrant leaf and threw it over to cover the bodies of the two poisonous creatures. The poisonous snake and scorpion had transformed into evil creatures and were extremely resentful. They cursed the offsprings born from copulation to stay here forever and kill the people of the half-moon country. Because of this, the scorpion tail snake only appeared in the half-moon country. Once bitten or stabbed by them, the poison would spread rapidly and the person would die a miserable death. However, because of the queen's kindness, the fragrant leaf that the queen had thrown over to cover them that day was able to cure this poison. After saying this, Xianxia said, "That kind of fragrant grass is called good moon grass. It also only grows within the borders of the half-moon country." When the merchants heard this, they all said, This kind of myth and legend, can it really be believed? This little brother, human lives are at stake. Don't joke with us. Xianxia only smiled but didn't say anything. After he finished explaining, he didn't say anything more. Xianxia then asked Zhao for confirmation, "Brother Zhao, is what this brother in red said true?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Zhao said, "I don't know if the myth and legend are true or false. However, within the borders of the half-moon country, good moon grass does indeed grow. And good moon grass can indeed cure the scorpion tail snake's poison." Xiaolian said, "In other words, the person bitten by the scorpion tail snake only has a slim chance of survival. And this slim chance of survival can only be obtained by going to the half-moon country?" It was no wonder that many caravans and travelers who passed by would still enter the half-moon country despite knowing that every time they crossed the border, more than half of them would disappear. It wasn't because they wanted to die, but because they might die if they didn't go in. The scorpion tail snake was the totem of the half-moon demonic Tao, and it could be controlled by her, so the appearance of the scorpion tail snake was definitely not a coincidence. With just a few heavenly officials, there was no way they could guarantee that these people would come out unscathed. They also didn't know whether or not more scorpion-tailed snakes would appear. Xiaolian put two fingers together and pressed them against his temples, operating the spirit communication array. He wanted to see if he could thicken his face and borrow a few more little heavenly officials. Who knew that it wouldn't work and there would be no news? He put down his hand, feeling strange, and thought to himself, "My magic power can't be used up so quickly, right? I counted this morning, and there's clearly a little left." Then, he turned to Nanfeng and Fu Yao. "Which one of you will try to enter the spirit communication array? I can't go in here." After a while, the two of them wore grave expressions. Nanfeng said, "I can't go in either." In some places where evil energy soared to the heavens, the magic power of some of the divine officials would be affected and temporarily weakened or blocked. It was likely that they were currently encountering such a situation. Xiaolian paced back and forth in the same place for a while, then he raised his head and said, "Maybe it's because this place is too close to the half-moon ancient kingdom, so the spirit communication technique is blocked." At this time, he suddenly saw an abnormally dazzling red color from the corner of his eye. While Nanfeng and Fu Yao were trying to enter the spirit communication array, the other merchants were busily checking their bodies for small wounds. Only that youth, who was naturally born with a purple-red scorpion's tail, was preoccupied with anxiously holding on to old Uncle Zheng. He was completely unaware that a purplish-red scorpion's tail was silently climbing up his back. It was coiled on Tianxing's shoulder, but its fangs weren't aimed at the youth's neck, but at Xianxia's arm, who was indifferently standing to the side. The snake raised its back and protruded. Just as the fangs were about to pierce Xianxia, Xiaolian stretched out his hand and accurately pinched the snake's weak spot. Scorpion tail. However, after this stinging, Xiaolian also pinched its tail, accurately catching the entire scorpion tail snake. Exerting strength in his hand, he pinched it until it fainted. He was stung, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. He only threw the fainted snake to the ground. He said, "Everybody, be careful. There might be snakes nearby." Before he finished speaking, his wrist tightened. He raised his head to look. It was San Lang who had caught him. Xiaolian was slightly startled. San Lang? The reason he asked this was because of the expression on this youth's face. It really wasn't right. He didn't know how to describe it with words. Something wasn't right. He didn't know how to describe it with words. He stared closely at the tiny wound on the back of Xiaolian's hand. He stared intently at the tiny wound on the back of Xiaolian's hand. This wound really did look like it had been pricked by a needle. However, the poison was swift and violent. The back of his hand immediately swelled up into a huge purplish-red lump. That small wound had also expanded to the size of a knife's edge. San Lang's expression was calm. Without a word, he grabbed Ruoxi and used it to tie a tight knot on Xiaolian's wrist, locking the poisonous blood from flowing back. Although Ruoxi acted like a spoiled child towards Xiaolian, he wasn't that well behaved. However, it was so obedient in his hands that it was as if it was dead. Since the two of them met, Xiaolian had never seen this expression on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he pulled out a dagger from the waist of a merchant. Seeing this, Nanfeng immediately understood what he was going to do. His right hand brought out a palm flame. San Lang didn't even look at him. He only placed the tip of the knife on the fire and warmed it. Turning his head, he quickly and lightly drew a cross on the wound on the back of Xiaolian's hand. Just as he was about to bend down, Xiaolian hurriedly said, "No need. The scorpion tail snake's poison is powerful. It's useless even if you suck it. Be careful not to get poisoned yourself." That youth didn't allow him to explain. He grabbed his hand tightly and covered his lips. For some reason, Xiaolian felt his arm that was being held by him tremble slightly. On the other side, Fu Yao said, "You can even get stung like this. It really is poisonous. He might not even get bitten. What are you trying to grab? You're just adding to the chaos." This was the truth. In reality, now that Xiaolian thought about San Lang's carefree manner in tying knots for the snake, he also felt that San Lang most likely wouldn't be bitten. Perhaps even if he was bitten, he wouldn't care at all. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If this young man really didn't notice the snake and got bitten, wouldn't it be useless to regret it? He waved his good hand and said, "Anyway, I won't die even if it doesn't hurt, so don't worry about it." Fu Yao asked, "Are you really not in pain?" Xiaolian honestly replied, "Really? I can't feel it anymore." These words were true. Xiaolian was an extremely unlucky person. 8 out of 10 times when he walked deep into the mountains, he would step on a poisonous snake or wake up a poisonous insect. He had long been bitten by all kinds of poisonous creatures thousands of times, but he still stubbornly refused to die. At most, he would have a fever for 3 days and 3 nights, and when he woke up, he would still be fine. Moreover, he was not very sensitive to pain. He would get used to any kind of pain after a while. After he said this, San Lang finally raised his head. The redness on the back of Xiaolian's hand had already disappeared, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. His gaze was extremely cold as he shifted his gaze to the side, moving towards the scorpion snake on the ground. With a shrill bang, the purplish-red snake exploded into a puddle of purplish-red flesh. When everyone saw that the snake had actually exploded, they all jumped in fright. However, they didn't know who had done it. Although the blood hadn't splashed onto them, they were still very frightened. Tianxing still remembered that Xiaolian had also been stung, so he anxiously said, "This older brother, you were also stung? What are you going to do?" Xiaolian tightened the bandage on his wrist and smiled. "Good child, I'm fine. Let's do it as usual. Next, we're going to enter the city to find the good moon grass." A merchant hurriedly said, "You guys are going? Then what about us? Should we also send someone to go?" Xiaolian said, you guys don't need to. I'm afraid that the old land of the half-moon country is full of danger. One more person means one more mishap. After we find the good moon grass, we will bring it out to you within 24 hours. Several merchants said one after another, Is this true? Then we're really grateful. How can we accept this? However, when Xiaolian's next words left his mouth, their expressions changed. He said, in order to find the half-moon ancient country as soon as possible, I would like to trouble you guys to temporarily lend this little brother to us to lead the way. The one he wanted to lend was naturally Ah Zhao. If one were to say that the merchants' faces were filled with gratitude and rejoicing before, then right now, most of them were filled with hesitation. Xiaolian was also clear that they were worried that he would run away after finding the good moon grass. Even if Ah Zhao still had a conscience and didn't run away with him and was still willing to come back, then the time would be greatly delayed. However, they really didn't want to go to that ghastly place where every time they passed a border, more than half of them would disappear. Thus, they were very conflicted. It was understandable. Xiaolian quickly followed up with another sentence. However, I'm also afraid that there will be other things that will attack you guys. Therefore, Fu Yao, you stay here and take care of them. After leaving one person here, all the merchants finally nodded and said, all right. As long as Ah Zhao is willing to go with you guys. Thus, Xiaolian turned to Ah Zhao and said, little brother, are you willing to help me? It's fine if you're not willing. Ah Zhao nodded and said, sure. However, the half-moon ancient country is actually easy to find. Just follow this direction and you'll find it. After saying goodbye to the merchants, he walked in front to lead the way. Xiaolian, San Lang, and Nanfeng followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Xiaolian opened his mouth and asked, Ah Zhao, do scorpion snakes often appear in this area? Ah Zhao replied, scorpion snakes don't appear often. This is also the first time I've seen one. Xiaolian nodded and no longer asked. In reality, he had lived near the half-moon kingdom for a period of time, and this was also the first time he saw a scorpion snake. Thus, there was nothing wrong with this answer. Nanfeng sensed something and whispered, you suspect this Ah Zhao? Xiaolian also whispered, in any case, we brought him out and just need to keep an eye on him. If it was in the past, the first person to talk to him would definitely be San Lang. However, he wasn't sure if it was because of what just happened, but at this moment, the young man's expression was still not too good and he didn't say a word. Xiaolian also didn't know why, but he couldn't talk to him and could only walk. The four of them walked for almost an hour in the vast Gobi Desert. The storm had already gone far away, and there was no sandstorm blocking their way. Their pace was very fast. Gradually, they could see some weeds growing in the cracks between the sand and the rocks. When the sun was about to set, Xiaolian finally saw an ancient city on the horizon. This ancient city was very difficult to see because it was an earthy yellow color and blended into the boundless yellow sand. The city walls had collapsed and there were even a few sections buried in the yellow sand. When they got closer, they discovered that the city walls were extremely tall. The highest point was about a dozen feet high, so it wasn't hard to imagine how grand it used to be. After passing through the Barbican, the four of them officially entered the territory of the Half-Moon Kingdom. After passing through the gate was a wide and empty street. On both sides were broken walls, dilapidated houses, broken stones, and broken wood. Perhaps it was because he was used to warning them, Ah Zhao said, everyone, be careful. Don't wander around. These three people naturally didn't need his warning. It was probably because this ancient city was very different from the Half-Moon Kingdom in his mind. Nanfeng doubtfully asked, this is the Half-Moon Kingdom? Why is it so small? It's even smaller than a city. Xiaolian replied, it's a small country in the desert. The size of the oasis corresponds to the size of the country. At its peak, the Half-Moon Kingdom only had around 10,000 people. It's really only this big. When there are a lot of people, it's still okay. It's quite lively. Nanfeng observed for a while and said, attacking this country will probably take a few days. Xiaolian shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true. Nanfeng, don't underestimate the people of Half Moon. Although they only have around 10,000 citizens, their army is always maintained at over 4,000. they have more men than women. Excluding the old, weak, sick, and disabled, as well as the farmers, the remaining men are almost all in the army. Moreover, the soldiers of Half Moon Kingdom want to be 9 feet tall. Their personalities are brave and aggressive. When they carry a mace, they dare to rush forward with a knife stuck in their chest. It's extremely difficult to defeat them. Zhao seemed slightly surprised. He glanced at Xia Lian and said, "This Gongzi seems to know a lot." Xia Lian maintained his smile and was about to casually say something when Nanfeng asked, "What's that wall?" He was pointing at a huge yellow building in the distance. Calling it a building didn't seem right, because strictly speaking, it could only be called a thing surrounded by 4 tall mud walls. It had no door, nor did it have a roof. There were only 4 mud walls, and each wall was over 10 feet tall. A pole was stuck at the top of the wall. It was so tattered that it was unknown if it was a flag or something else fluttering in the wind. For some reason, it made people feel a slight chill in their hearts. Xia Lian turned his head and glanced at it. "That's a sinner pit." As soon as he heard the name, he knew it definitely wasn't anything good. Nanfeng frowned. "A sinner pit?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, "You can think of it as a prison. It's a place specially used to imprison guilty people." Nanfeng said, "It doesn't even have a door, so how do we imprison them? Don't tell me we just throw them down from above?" Xia Lian was just thinking about whether or not to say it when San Lang suddenly said, "Throw them down. Moreover, there are poisonous scorpions and hungry ferocious beasts down there." Hearing him finally speak, Xia Lian relaxed and glanced at him. However, San Lang only looked at him for a moment before shifting his gaze away. Nanfeng cursed, "How the F***ck is this a prison? This is basically torture. So vicious. If the Half Moon people aren't sick in the head, then they're cruel by nature." Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. "Not all of them. There are also some Half Moon people who are quite cute." At this moment, he suddenly stopped talking and frowned. "Wait." As expected, the other 3 people stopped. Xia Lian raised his hand and said, "Look at that pole above the pit. Isn't there a person hanging there?" The sun was setting in the west and night had fallen. The distance was quite far, so it was very difficult to see what was hanging on the pole. However, when they walked a little closer, they could see the outline of the thing that was hanging. It was clearly a thin and small man dressed in black. His clothes were tattered, and he was hung above the sinner pit. He looked like a broken doll, swaying back and forth in the wind. San Lang said, "Yes." When Zhao saw the person hanging there, his face slightly paled. This scene was extremely mournful and strange. Even someone as calm as him couldn't bear it. At this moment, San Lang slightly tilted his head and said in a low voice, "There's someone." He wasn't the only one who sensed it. Xia Lian also heard the extremely light sound of footsteps. On both sides of the street were dilapidated houses. The 4 people immediately spread out and hid inside. Xia Lian and San Lang hid in the same dilapidated house, while Nanfeng and Zhao hid in the house opposite. Not long after, a woman dressed in white appeared at the end of the dilapidated street. The woman wore a fluttering snow-white Taoist robe. She held a horsetail whisk on her arm as she walked on the street. Her eyes were extremely bright as she looked left and right. Her demeanor made it seem as if this wasn't an ancient city that had been abandoned for many years, but rather a small back garden that she could turn over as she pleased. Not far away, a woman dressed in black slowly walked behind her with her hands clasped behind her back. This woman dressed in black had a beautiful yet cold expression. Her gaze was like an unsheathed dagger, and her long hair was loose. Her entire person seemed to emit traces of cold air. Although she was walking behind this woman dressed in white, no one would think of her as someone's subordinate. They were the 2 people they had seen outside the abandoned building at noon. At that time, the 2 people's figures flashed by. That person dressed in black was tall, so Xia Lian couldn't clearly see if they were male or female. Now, he knew that both of them were women. The one dressed in white could only be the Half Moon Imperial tutor. As for the one dressed in black, who could she be? That Half Moon Imperial tutor leisurely swung her horsetail whisk and said, "Where did those people hide?" "They disappeared in a moment of carelessness." Don't tell me I have to find them one by one and kill them? Xiao Lian thought to himself. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the city, they were immediately targeted. That woman dressed in black walked over and expressionlessly passed him. She said, "You can call your friends to help you kill them." This friends could only refer to that group of extremely lethal soldiers of the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor. The Half-Moon Imperial Tutor laughed. Huh. I don't like calling other people, I just like calling you. Are you happy? That woman dressed in black didn't give him any face at all. She coldly said, "What's there to be happy about being called over by you to do this kind of thing? Hurry up and leave." The Half-Moon Imperial Tutor raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, they were about to leave. Listening to their conversation, it seemed like they were old acquaintances who had a pretty good relationship. These two definitely weren't ordinary people, so this person dressed in black definitely wouldn't be a nameless person. Who was the woman familiar with the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor? A mysterious fellow disciple? Or perhaps there was actually a queen? Or a female general in the Half-Moon Empire? Xiao Lian rapidly pondered as he held his breath. He definitely didn't want to be discovered at this time. From what he could see, this Half-Moon Imperial Tutor's temperament was very jumpy. If by any chance he saw them and got excited, he might call over that group of legendary 9-feet-tall soldiers who wielded wolf-teeth clubs. Then, they would have to fight for a period of time. 24 hours. Every hour less would mean one more minute of danger. Who would have known that the more he didn't want something to happen, the more it would happen? When that woman dressed in black walked past the front of this room, she suddenly stopped and swept her sharp gaze over. That Half-Moon Imperial Tutor had already walked a few steps forward. Seeing her stop, his body fell back and he said, "Hey, are you going or not?" That woman dressed in black said, "You, step back." The Half-Moon Imperial Tutor said, "Oh." Sure enough, he stepped back. That woman dressed in black seemed to be about to raise her hand when suddenly, a loud sound came from the opposite side of the street. On the opposite side, the room that Nan Feng and the others were hiding in had actually collapsed. This room collapsed along with the rows to the left and right. In a split second, the street was filled with sand and dust. A black shadow suddenly leaped out from the flying sand and stones, striking out a majestic flame that attacked the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor. That woman dressed in black turned around and blocked in front of the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor. Her left hand was still behind her back, but her right hand casually grabbed the flame in her palm and directly sent it back to him. That black shadow was also incomparably fast, dodging in a flash. With a few leaps, it left with a cloud of sand and dust. The Half-Moon Imperial Tutor chased after it. That woman dressed in black glanced over and then also chased after it. This unforeseen event happened in an instant. Xiao Lian thought to himself, "Good Nan Feng." He knew that Nan Feng, who was hiding on the opposite side of the street, saw that they were about to be discovered and created a diversion to help them lure the enemy away. Since he was the only one who leaped out, Zhao was definitely still in the room. After confirming that the three people were far away, Xiao Lian pulled San Lang out and said, "Zhao, you're still alive, right? Are you hurt?" In a flash, a muffled voice came from under the collapsed room. "I'm fine." Xiao Lian relaxed and said, "It's good that you're fine." Although he believed that when Nan Feng destroyed the room, he would definitely have meticulously controlled it to leave room for another living person, in the end, he still had to confirm it before he could be at ease. He single-handedly lifted up a rotting beam. After a while, Zhao crawled out from under the room with difficulty. His head and face were covered in dust, and he casually patted them twice before regaining his indifferent expression. Xiao Lian said, "Right now, we only have 3 people left. Nan Feng is being chased, so we need to speed up." Zhao, do you know where in the city the good moon grass grows?" Zhao shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. I only know the location of the ancient city. I've never been here before, so I don't know where the good moon grass grows." On the side, San Lang said, "It's said that the good moon grass likes the shade. It grows short and its roots are extremely thin, but its leaves are relatively large. Its shape is similar to a pointy peach. It would be better for you to search near that tall building." Xiao Lian pondered for a moment before saying, "Tall building?" Speaking of tall buildings, in a country, what building could be taller and grander than the imperial palace? Moreover, in that legend, after the banquet, the queen plucked a piece of the good moon grass. This could also mean that the good moon grass could grow in the imperial palace. The three of them surveyed the area and sure enough, they saw a palace built from bricks and wood in the center of the city. From afar, that palace looked quite imposing. But up close, the degree of ruin was only slightly better than the other houses on the street. After passing through the palace's main gate, they arrived at a very large garden. Perhaps in the past, this place wasn't a garden, but rather a plaza or something. However, after many years of desolation, all that was left was a piece of land filled with all kinds of green plants. That's right, what they were stepping on wasn't sand, but rather soil. This was probably the only remaining traces of an oasis. It was possible that the good moon grass was hidden among these many plants. Xiaolian said, "Let's hurry up and search. We only have 24 hours. However, we must still be extremely careful of the scorpion snakes." Ah Zhao agreed, and San Lang also made an N sound. The three of them lowered their heads and searched. However, Xiaolian suddenly remembered that the state preceptor of the Half-Moon Empire could control the scorpion snakes. In that case, once they reached her territory, there should be even more scorpion snakes appearing. However, after the group of people entered the Half-Moon Ancient City, they didn't see a single scorpion snake. He straightened his waist and was about to speak when his hand suddenly felt a cylindrical object. Wah! Xiaolian withdrew his hand, he was speechless. He realized that every time he saw or touched something in the darkness, in the face of such a terrifying scene, he didn't even make a sound, and the other party had already shouted first. In fact, he should be the most afraid, right? The shrubs and grass in this garden were tall and dense. Just now, there was a person sneaking in the grass. Xiaolian's hand landed on his calf. That leg quickly pulled away, the grass in front of him rustled, a person shouted, don't hit, it's me, brother." Xiaolian took a closer look. This was really unexpected. The person who shouted don't hit, was actually the thick-browed and big-eyed young man, Xianxia. Xianxia saw that he recognized him, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, after seeing that it was him, Xiaolian did not heave a sigh of relief, instead, he became even more vigilant. He raised an arm in front of him and said, "Didn't you stay here with the others to take care of the injured? Why are you here? Are you really Xianxia? Appearing under such circumstances." It was more like something else was pretending to be him. Xianxia hurriedly said, "It's me. It's really me, not only me, there are also 3 uncles who came with me. They are inside, if you don't believe me, look." He pointed into the palace. Sure enough, not long after, 3 people ran out from the dilapidated hall. They were the group of merchants from before. When they saw Xiaolian, they were all stunned, and then they looked embarrassed. Xiaolian exhaled and stood up. He patted the hem of his white clothes and said, "What happened to you guys?" When he asked this, the merchants were all embarrassed and didn't say anything. After a long while, Xianxia mumbled, "Brothers, not long after you left, Uncle Zhang's poison acted up again. He was very sick. We didn't know when you would come back, and we were worried that you wouldn't be able to find him, or that you would come back late. Brother Zhao said that if we followed that road, we could find the Half-Moon Kingdom, so we thought that with a few more people, it would be easier to find, so we also came." In the end, he still regretted it. She was afraid that Xiaolian and the others would escape with Ah Zhao after they found the good moon grass. Still worried, she chased after them. Xiaolian could totally imagine that if Fu Yao couldn't persuade them, he might not even bother to stop them. People who stubbornly refused to listen to advice and rushed to their deaths could not be stopped. Xiaolian helplessly said, "You guys are too bold. It's not like you don't know what might be in this city and what might happen. How dare you come here?" Xianxia knew that he did not trust them and felt a little guilty. He lay in the grass and did not dare to speak, probably because he felt awkward. He said, "I'm sorry, it was a matter of life and death. I panicked and it couldn't be helped. It was only human nature to be cautious when it came to human lives." Moreover, he was willing to risk his life to obtain medicinal herbs for others, which could be considered as a form of camaraderie. Xiaolian didn't want to say too much. He rubbed the space between his brows and said, "You guys really are lucky that you didn't encounter anything on your way into this ancient city. By the way, how did you know to come to the palace to find the good moon grass?" Xianxia scratched his head and said, "We didn't know where to look. But didn't the story that the red-robed brother told us about the good moon grass picked by the empress? Even the empress can't leave the palace as she pleases, so I was thinking if I could come to the palace to try my luck." Xiaolian thought that this child's brain worked fast and got it right. At this moment, Sanlang said, "I found it." He turned around and saw Sanlang waving his hand. What he held in his hand was a jade-colored leaf that still had a bit of root on it. This leaf was about the size of a baby's palm. The roots were thin and peach-shaped, and the leaf had a pointed tail. Xiaolian didn't need to confirm with Ah Zhao to know that this was the legendary good moon grass. Before he could say anything, Sanlang had already grabbed his injured hand. That hand had been stung and swollen to a frightening degree. But after Sanlang helped him with the drug, although the poison had not been completely removed, the swelling had decreased significantly. At this moment, Sanlang was holding Xiaolian's injured hand with one hand and holding the good moon grass with the other. He closed his fingers and didn't seem to use much force. When he opened it again, the leaf had already turned into a pile of green powder. He carefully applied this pile of green powder on the back of Xiaolian's hand. He felt a gentle coolness slowly spreading from the wound. Xiaolian said, "Sanlang, thank you very much." Sanlang didn't reply. After he finished applying the herb, he put down Xiaolian's hand. With this kind of atmosphere between the two of them, Xiaolian felt that something was a bit strange, but he didn't know how to ask. No matter how he asked, he just felt that something wasn't right. The others couldn't understand this subtlety. Tianqing impatiently said, "Gidge, do you feel better? Is this herb useful?" Xiaolian snapped out of his daze and said, "It's a lot better. It should be correct." Hearing this, the others became very excited. They all said, "Hurry, let's continue looking." Not long after, Ah Zhao also raised a handful of green leaves and said, "I also found it here." The handful of good moon grass in his hands was much fatter than the pitiful small piece Sanlang had found just now. When everyone saw that the shape and characteristics were correct, they all rushed over. One after another, they exclaimed in surprise, "There's such a big piece here. So many. Hurry up and pick some more. If we pick too many, can we sell them when we get back?" They were busy picking the herbs. Xiaolian turned his head around and looked at the back of his hand. Speechless, he tried to find something to say. He said to Sanlang, "You seem to have searched the area they were looking for just now. Didn't you discover it at the time?" After he opened his mouth, he also felt that this question was rather pointless. However, Sanlang shook his head and said, "You don't need to use the grass there." Xiaolian curiously asked, "Why?" Unexpectedly, before Sanlang could open his mouth to explain the reason, they heard a miserable cry. "Go away." Everyone was stunned. Their movements slowed as they asked one after another, "Who's screaming?" "I didn't." "It wasn't me either." Then they heard that mournful voice say, "Go away, you're stepping on me." Only now did everyone notice, this voice was actually coming from the side of their feet. In an instant, the few people who had gathered there to pick the good moon grass all scattered. Xiaolian had long since gotten used to this kind of situation. When others retreated, he would step forward. Thus, he walked to the place where the miserable cry was coming from. With a stretch of his hand, he slowly pushed aside the dense underbrush. With this push, the breathing of quite a few people on the spot froze. They saw that under the underbrush, in the soil, a man's face was shockingly buried. In this piece of land, there was actually a living person buried under the soil. Only his face was exposed. This scene was truly incomparably strange. In a split second, the few merchants were so frightened that they hugged each other and screamed. Xiaolian once again skillfully comforted them. "Don't panic. Everyone calm down. It's just a face. It's no big deal. Who doesn't have a face, right?" That face chuckled and said, "Did I scare you guys?" Sigh. I also often scare myself. Xiaolian half squatted down and carefully examined the face buried in the soil. This was a man's face. When it wasn't smiling, it was very flat. When it was smiling, there were many wrinkles. It was hard to tell if it was old or young, and it was also hard to tell if it was ugly or beautiful. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't make out what this thing was. Thus, he could only directly open his mouth and ask, "Who are you?" That face buried in the soil asked, "And who are you guys?" Xiaolian replied, "A passing caravan." That face buried in the soil sighed and said, "Sigh. A passing caravan. I was once a passing caravan as well." However, that was already 50 or 60 years ago. When he said that, this scene became even stranger. This person had actually been buried under the soil of this abandoned ancient city for 50 or 60 years. Was that still a person? A merchant trembled with fear as he asked, then why are you here, ah?" That face buried in the soil coughed a few times. With a wrinkled face, he said, I was captured by the Half Moon Empire's soldiers. I accidentally entered the city and was captured by them. They then buried me in the soil and turned me into fertilizer for these good moon grass. So these good moon grass were all grown using living people as fertilizer. No wonder it was so fat. Several merchants hurriedly threw the large amount of good moon grass in their hands onto the ground. They felt that what they had just done was no different from grabbing corpses. Xiaolian also couldn't help but lower his head to look at the back of his hand. However, he heard San Lang say, "There's no problem with that piece of herb." No wonder San Lang had clearly searched this land but didn't pick those fat good moon grass. Most likely, when he saw this face buried in the soil just now, he guessed that these herbs were all grown using people as fertilizer. Thus, he directly ignored this thing and turned around to leave. It wasn't until he found a clean herb that had grown normally in a remote area that he applied it to him. Xiaolian said, "San Lang is very considerate. Thank you very much." San Lang shook his head, his expression still calm. Ever since he had been stung by the scorpion tail snake before entering Half Moon Ancient City, his attitude had always been like this. When the two of them had been together a few days ago, he had always called him older brother, but now he didn't even call him that. Aside from helping him take the drug and apply the medicine, San Lang also seemed to be doing his best to avoid physical contact with him. This really made Xiaolian feel extremely strange. He couldn't fathom San Lang's attitude and felt a little uneasy. At this time, the face buried in the soil spoke again, "I haven't seen a living person for many years. You all stand over here and let me take a good look. Is that okay?" Everyone looked at each other and unanimously felt that it was better not to do as he said. After a while, seeing that no one responded, the face buried in the soil muttered, "What, you guys aren't willing? Sigh, what a pity." Xiaolian turned his head and asked, "What's a pity?" The face buried in the soil said, "Ever since you all came in, there's something I've been very concerned about. I've always wanted to use my own eyes to confirm it before telling you. That's why I asked you all to stand over here and let me take a look. That's because I want to carefully look at all of you one by one." Xiaolian asked, "What is it?" The face buried in the soil laughed strangely and said, "I said you guys don't have to be afraid. Among you, there's a person I've seen 50 years ago." As soon as these words came out, everyone's hair suddenly stood on end. If there was a person that this face buried in the soil had seen 50 years ago, that person would be at least 60 or 70 years old by now. However, among the people here, the oldest one didn't look to be over 40. How was this possible? Unless, that person wasn't a person. Xiaolian's gaze swept across everyone's faces, starting from Ah Zhao to Tiansheng. Slightly shocked, fearful, bewildered, and stupefied. Everyone's reactions were incomparably reasonable. If one had to say that someone's reaction didn't conform to common sense, then it could only be the completely unresponsive San Lang. However, to this youngster, not having any reaction was probably the most normal reaction. He turned his head around and asked, "Who is this person you're talking about?" The face buried in the soil twitched a few times before revealing an incomparably strange smile. It was as if he was doing his utmost to make himself look a little more reliable, but he couldn't conceal the sinister smile leaking from the bottom of his heart. He mysteriously said, "You. If you come a little closer, I'll tell you." When those words came out for the first time, Xiaolian believed 80% of it. But after this sentence, there was only 50% left. Who knew if this monster wasn't trying to trick people into coming closer before suddenly launching an attack? The more he acted like this, the more Xiaolian felt the danger. Everyone, back off. Don't get close to it, and don't pay attention to what it says. Everyone hurriedly listened to him and scattered in a panic. That buried face tried his best to laugh as he said, "Sigh, don't go. Why do you guys have to do this? I'm also a human, I won't harm you guys." Xiaolian said in his heart, "You're thinking too much, you're not like a human at all like this." Who knew? At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A merchant probably thought that no matter what, he still had to take some herbs back to save people. He stealthily took a few steps forward and bent down, wanting to pick up the good moon grass that he had thrown away in fright just now. That buried face's eyeballs rolled around, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Xiaolian cursed in his heart and rushed over, saying, "Don't pick it up. Come back." However, it was already too late. Buried face suddenly opened his mouth, a bright red thing slid out from his mouth. What a long tongue. Xiaolian grabbed the back of the merchant's collar and retreated repeatedly. However, the thing that flew out of that buried face's mouth was incomparably long. With a chi sound, it jumped into one of the merchant's ears. Xiaolian felt the body under his hands tremble violently. That merchant let out a short scream. His limbs twitched incessantly as he knelt on the ground on both knees. That long tongue quickly pulled out a large bloody thing from his ear and retracted back into the buried face's mouth. That buried face chewed and laughed at the same time, chewing until his mouth was dripping with blood. He laughed so hard that he almost overturned the roof of this dilapidated imperial palace. He screamed, "Ha ha 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 ha! Delicious, 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 delicious. Delicious, delicious. I'm starving to death, I'm starving to death." This voice was sharp and piercing, and that pair of eyes were bloodshot. It was truly disgusting. This person had been buried here for more than 50 years. He had already been assimilated by this demon country and completely turned into something else. Xiaolian released his right hand that was holding the merchant's collar. Just as he was about to strike this disgusting thing with his palm, he suddenly heard that buried face scream again, "General! General! They're here! They're here!" He only heard a cry that was even more ferocious than that of a wild beast. A black shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of Xiaolian. The moment this black shadow landed on the ground, almost the entire ground trembled from its stomp. When he slowly stood up, everyone was shrouded in his huge shadow. This person was simply too big and tall. His face was as dark as iron, and his facial features were fierce and rough, like the face of a beast. Its chest and shoulders were covered in armor, and it was over 9 feet long. Rather than calling it a human, it would be more accurate to call it a giant wolf that walked upright. Behind him, there were 1, 2, 3, more than 10 people jumping down from the roof of the palace. These people were all tall and strong, with similar figures. They were all carrying a mace with sharp teeth on their shoulders, giving the illusion that a pack of wolves had turned into humans. After they landed, they surrounded the people in the garden like a circle of huge iron towers. Half-moon soldiers. These soldiers were emitting waves of black gas. Of course, they were no longer living people. Xiaolian's entire body tensed up, Xianxia ready to strike. However, when the half-moon soldiers saw them, they didn't immediately rush forward to kill them. Instead, they let out earth-shattering laughter and shouted loudly in the language of the other races. Their pronunciation was very strange and tricky, and their tongues were twisted. It was the language of the Half-Moon Kingdom. Although it had been 200 years and Xiaolian had mostly forgotten the Half-Moon language, he had studied it with San Lang at the general's tomb just now. In addition, these soldiers' voices were like a great bell, and their words were crude and simple, so it wasn't hard to understand them. He heard all the half-moon soldiers call the first half-moon person general, interspersed in their conversation with words like "take him away" and "not kill him for now." He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Everyone, don't panic. These half-moon people won't kill anyone for now. They seem to be taking us to another place. Don't act rashly. I can't guarantee that we can beat them. Let's play it by ear." These soldiers looked extremely difficult to deal with. Each one of them had rough skin and thick flesh. Even with Xianxia in his hands, it would take a while to kill one. Dozens of them had come at once, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with. There were also a few ordinary people present, so he could only wait and see. Xianlang didn't say anything. The others didn't have any ideas to begin with. Even if they wanted to act rashly, they didn't know how, so they nodded with tears in their eyes. Only the buried face continued to scream, "General! General! Let me go! I've helped you keep the enemy. Let me go home. I want to go back." When he saw this group of half-moon soldiers, his expression was extremely agitated. He screamed and whimpered, and his words were mixed with some half-baked half-moon words. He must have randomly learned them during the 50 or 60 years he was here as fertilizer. The 9-foot-and-a half-moon man who was addressed as general saw something writhing and screaming in the soil and seemed to find it disgusting. He swung his mace and several sharp spikes pierced through the head of the thing buried in the soil. The buried face screamed and lifted again. The spikes embedded themselves in the face of the buried face, uprooting him and bringing him out of the soil, fulfilling his wish to let me go. However, what broke out of the ground under the buried face's neck wasn't a human body at all. Instead, it was a pile of ghastly white bones. Several merchants cried out in fright when they saw this terrifying scene. Meanwhile, the buried face's head fell off from the spikes of the mace. His face was covered in blood, and when he saw his own body, he seemed to be scared stiff. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "What is this? What is this?" Xiaolian reminded, "This is your body." It was obvious. This person had been buried in the desert for 50 or 60 years. His flesh and blood had long since transformed into nutrients for the good moon grass. All that was left of him was a skeleton. The buried face still refused to believe it. "How is this possible? My body isn't like this. This isn't my body." His voice was incomparably mournful. This scene was both terrifying and lamentable. Xiaolian shook his head. Sanlang sneered and said, "Now you can't stand this body of yours? Then what was that thing that came out of your mouth just now? Do you think there's no problem?" The buried face immediately retorted, "What problem is there? It's just a little longer than an ordinary person's tongue." The corners of Sanlang's eyes were full of ridicule. Not bad. It's a little longer. Haha. The buried face said, "That's right. It's just a little longer. That's only because I've been eating flying insects and crawling insects for so many years. I've slowly stretched my tongue longer and longer to become like this." When he had first been buried in the ground, he might still have been alive. And in order to survive, he had tried his best to stretch out his tongue to eat those flying insects and crawling insects. Gradually, he was no longer human. His tongue grew longer and longer, and the food he ate also changed from flying insects and crawling insects to something even more frightening. But because he had been buried in the ground all this time, he hadn't been able to see what his body looked like for so many years. He simply couldn't accept it, nor was he willing to believe that he was no longer human. The buried face did his best to explain, "There are also people whose tongues are longer." Sanlang smiled. Looking at him, Xiaolian felt an indescribable chill in his heart. This youth's smile really made one feel as if they were about to peel off the skin of another person's face. Sanlang said, "Do you think you're still human?" After being asked this question, the buried face seemed to feel a sense of crisis. He suddenly became irritated and said, "Of course I'm human. I'm human." As he shouted, he did his best to move his hands and feet that had already turned into white bones. He wanted to crawl on the ground. Perhaps it was because he had finally come out of the ground, but he felt sincerely happy. He laughed wildly and said, "I'm going back, I can go back. Ha 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 ha." Crack. His laughter was too ear-piercing, and it finally annoyed the half-moon general. With a stomp, the buried face's skull instantly shattered. And his screams of "I'm human" could no longer be heard. After that general stomped on the annoying buried face, he shouted at the soldiers. A group of half-moon soldiers brandished their mace and roared at this group of people. Then, they began to drive them out of the imperial palace. Xiaolian walked at the very front, and Sanlang continued to follow behind him. Even when he was being escorted by a group of fiendish half-moon soldiers, this youth's pace was still neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. Since just now, Xiaolian had been looking for an opportunity to talk to him. After walking for a while, he saw that the group of half-moon soldiers had started chatting with each other again and didn't pay much attention to them. Thus, he said in a low voice, "They call the leader of the half-moon general. I don't know what kind of general he is." Sure enough, when he asked, Sanlang still answered. He said, when the half-moon country was destroyed, there was only one general. His name, when translated into Chinese, is Kumo. Xiaolian said, Kumo? This name was really strange. Sanlang said, correct. It said that because his body was weak when he was young, he was often bullied by others. He vowed to become stronger, so he used the stone millstone to train his strength. That's how he got his name. Xiaolian couldn't help but think to himself, that can also be called Dali. Sanlang continued, it's rumored that Kumo was the bravest general in the history of the half-moon country. His body was 9 feet long, and he had extraordinary strength. He was the loyal supporter of the half-moon country's state preceptor. Xiaolian said, even after death? Right now, he wants to send us to where the state preceptor is? Sanlang said, maybe. If there were even more half-moon soldiers there, how would they escape? What about Nan Feng, who had lured the two away? Now that the good moon grass was in their hands, how were they supposed to deliver it to the poison people within 24 hours? Xiaolian pondered as he walked. He discovered that General Kumo was taking them to an increasingly remote area. Finally, he brought them to the edge of the half-moon country before stopping. Xiaolian stopped and raised his head to look. An incomparably tall yellow wall stood in front of him, like a giant. Their destination was actually the Sinner's Pit. Although he had lived near the half-moon country for a period of time, Xiaolian actually didn't often enter Half-Moon City. Of course, he had never approached this Sinner's Pit either. Looking at this Sinner's Pit up close, his heart inexplicably palpitated. There was a staircase on the outside of the yellow wall. As they slowly climbed up this simple and crude staircase, Xiaolian looked down and constantly observed with his naked eyes. Finally, he understood why his heart was palpitating. It wasn't because he thought that this place was used for torture, so he shuddered. It wasn't because he was worried about whether or not this group of people would be pushed to the bottom of the pit. Rather, it was a kind of palpitation that came from sensing the existence of a magical array. The terrain and layout of this Sinner's Pit had been deliberately set up into an extremely powerful array. And this array only had one function, to make people who fell into this pit never to climb up again. The so-called never to climb up meant that even if someone put down a rope or put up a ladder, and the person below seized this chance to climb up, halfway up, the array would be activated and that person would be knocked back down again. Xiaolian calmly placed his hand on the wall. After walking for a while, he roughly understood the material of this wall. He discovered that this wall looked like soil from afar, but it was actually incomparably hard stone. Moreover, it might have been imbued with some kind of incantation, so it would definitely be very difficult to break. And when they climbed up the stairs and came to the top of the Sinner's Pit, standing on the yellow wall's eaves, the first scene that they saw could only be described as shocking. The entire Sinner's Pit was surrounded by 4 high walls. Each high wall was more than 30 feet long and more than 20 feet high. Each wall was about 4 feet thick, standing tall and awe-inspiring. In the middle of the 4 walls, there was a huge square space. There wasn't any platform or crossbar to stand on. It was already late, and the giant pit was so dark that they couldn't see the bottom at all. Only bursts of cold air and the smell of blood drifted up from the bottomless darkness from time to time. The crowd stepped on the eaves of the high walls without any guardrails and walked in the air dozens of feet above the ground. Few people dared to look down. And after walking for a while, they came across a long pole in front of them. There was a corpse hanging on the pole, which was the one they saw below before. The corpse was very small. It was a black-clothed girl, her clothes were tattered, and her head was hanging down. Xiaolian knew that this pole was specially used to hang the sinners who the soldiers wanted to humiliate maliciously. Usually, the jailers would strip the sinner's clothes and hang them up naked, leaving the prisoner to starve or die of dehydration. After death, the corpse would sway with the wind, be exposed to the sun, rain, and wind, and the limbs would rot and fall down. The corpse's state of death was extremely ugly. The girl's corpse had not rotted yet, so she must have died not long ago. Perhaps she was a nearby resident. This group of Half-Moon Empire soldiers actually hung a girl's corpse in a place like this. It was extremely cruel and vicious. When Ah Zhao, Tianqing, and the others saw this scene, their faces all paled, and they stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. Fortunately, Kuemo did not chase them away. He turned and gave a long, loud shout towards the bottom of the sinner pit. Xia Lian was puzzled. Why did he shout like that? In the next moment, his question was answered. As if in response to his shout, a series of roars came from the bottom of the pitch-black pit. Like tigers and wolves, like monsters, like tsunamis, there were hundreds and thousands of them, and it was deafening. The people on the eaves were so shaken by this roar that they almost couldn't stand. Xia Lian could even hear the rustling of sand and gravel. It was extremely clear. Only criminals would be thrown into the sinner pit. Could it be that the response was the souls of the sinners at the bottom of the pit? At this moment, Kuemo shouted again. Xia Lian listened carefully. This time, it was no longer a meaningless roar, nor was it a curse. On the contrary, it was an encouragement. Xia Lian was very sure that he heard one word, brothers. After Kuemo finished shouting, he shouted at the Half-Moon Empire soldiers who were holding Xia Lian and the others. Xia Lian heard this sentence clearly. He said, only throw 2 down. Although the others didn't understand what he was saying, they could roughly guess what he was going to do. Their faces all paled. Xia Lian saw that they were so scared that they almost couldn't stand, so he took a step forward and said in a low voice, don't be nervous. If anything happens later, I will go up first. If he had to go down later, then he would brace himself and go down first. In any case, it was nothing more than uninteresting poisonous snakes, fierce beasts, and evil spirits. Since he couldn't be thrown to death, beaten to death, bitten to death, or poisoned to death, then as long as it wasn't lava or poisonous water, it shouldn't be too ugly for him to jump down. Moreover, he still had Xianxia. Even if he couldn't use it to climb up due to the formation, if these Half-Moon Empire soldiers threw themselves down again, he could still pick them up. When Kuemo said, take care of the others, it meant that the others would be relatively safe for the time being. After all, it wasn't easy to capture people alive in the Gobi, so he couldn't eat them all at once. He probably wanted to hoard them and eat them slowly one at a time. He thought this through clearly, but who knew that there was someone beside him who couldn't keep his cool. Ever since they climbed to the top of the sinner pit, aside from Xia Lian and San Lang who had their usual expressions, everyone else was trembling, especially Ah Zhao. Perhaps he felt that he would definitely die, so he might as well fight to the death. Ah Zhao clenched his fists and suddenly launched an attack. He buried his head and rushed towards Kuemo. His charge seemed to be filled with a determination to perish together with his enemy. He was aiming to knock down Mo along with him. Even though Kuemo's stature was tall and sturdy like an iron tower, he was still knocked back 3 steps by Ah Zhao's suicidal charge and almost lost his footing. He was enraged on the spot. With a loud roar, he flipped his hand and pushed Ah Zhao down. Seeing that young man fall into the dark pit, everyone screamed in unison. Xia Lian also shouted, Ah Zhao. At this time, cheers came from the bottomless pit, as well as the sound of extremely cruel biting. It was as if evil spirits were fighting to devour each other. Just by listening, they knew that this young man named Ah Zhao had no chance of survival. Xia Lian also didn't expect this kind of development and was greatly stunned. He originally suspected that Ah Zhao was a subordinate of the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor and that he was responsible for tricking those who passed the trial into entering the Half-Moon Ancient Kingdom. He also suspected that the person whom buried face said he had met 50 to 60 years ago was him as well, but he didn't expect this young man to be the first to be killed. How could he still survive after jumping down like this? Could he have faked his death? But right now, they were already prisoners of the Half-Moon Ancient Country's soldiers. If Ah Zhao really was a subordinate of the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor, he could completely tear off his disguise and act arrogantly now that he had the upper hand. Why would he need to fake his death in front of him? This was completely meaningless. But why did Ah Zhao rush towards Kuemo? Wasn't this also a meaningless death? Xia Lian's mind was still in a mess as the half-moon ancient country's soldiers began to look for the next living person to push down. Kuimo raised his hand and pointed at Tianxing. One of the half-moon ancient country's soldiers extended his hand and came forward to grab someone. Tianxing was so frightened that he shouted, "Ah! Save me! Don't grab me! I'm..." Xia Lian didn't have time to think anymore. He stood up and said, "General, wait." Hearing him speak, and also in the half-moon language, Kumo's dark face showed a shocked expression. He waved his hand to stop the soldiers and said, "You can speak our language? Where are you from?" Xia Lian warmly said, "I'm from the Central Plains." He didn't mind lying and saying he was from the half-moon ancient country, but this wasn't feasible. He didn't know how much of his half-moon ancient language was used. If he talked with Kuimo for too long, he would eventually be exposed. Moreover, from his appearance, it was obvious where he was from. The half-moon ancient country hated people who lied and cheated. If he was exposed, the consequences would be even worse. Kuimo said, "Central Plains? Descendants of Yong'an?" Xia Lian said, "No. Yong'an has long been destroyed. Now, there are no Yong'an people. However, for the people of the half-moon ancient country, as long as they came from the Central Plains, they were all the same. They were all relatives and descendants of Yong'an. They had been destroyed by the army of Yong'an." As soon as he heard where Xia Lian came from, Kumo's dark face flashed with fury. The soldiers of the half-moon ancient country also began to clamor. Their shouts were full of curses and derogatory words. When Xia Lian heard them, it was nothing more than things like despicable, liar, and throw him down. Kuimo said, "Our country has disappeared from the Gobi Desert for more than 200 years. You aren't from our country, but you know our language. Just who are you?" Xia Lian couldn't help but glance at the calm and composed youngster beside him. He hoped that if he couldn't make up for it later, he could just brace himself and ask San Lang to save him. He was ready to start talking nonsense. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the bottom of the pitch-black pit. The things down there seemed to have finished eating Ah Zhao's corpse. However, they were still hungry. Together, they used this roar to convey their desire for fresh flesh and blood. Kuimo waved his hand as if he was going to grab Tianxing again. Xia Lian then said, "General, I'll go first." Kuimo had definitely never heard of anyone asking to go first. His eyes widened like copper bells as he asked in astonishment, "You go first? Why?" Of course, Xia Lian couldn't truthfully answer that it was because he wasn't afraid. He chose a standard answer and said, "General, these are all innocent passing merchants. There are even children among them." When Kuimo heard this, he sneered and said, "When your Yong'an army massacred our country, you didn't think that there were also many innocent merchants and children here." The destruction of the half-moon ancient country had already happened 200 years ago. By now, both sides had long since changed dynasties. However, they were people who had died a long time ago. Their hatred wouldn't fade with the change of dynasties. Kuimo then said, "You're very suspicious. I want to ask you something. You can't go down. You'll embarrass other people." Then there was no other way. Xia Lian was about to go all out and jump first as a sign of respect when he saw San Lang take a step forward. His heart skipped a beat as he turned his head around. That youth had his arms crossed. With a careless gaze, he thoughtfully sized up the bottomless pit of sinners. A bad premonition rose in Xia Lian's heart. He said, "San Lang?" Hearing him call out, San Lang turned his head around and faintly smiled. He said, "It's nothing." He took another step forward. His entire person was already standing in an extremely dangerous place. Xia Lian's heart and eyelids jumped wildly. He said, "Wait, San Lang, don't move for now." High up in the sky, the hem of that youth's red clothes fiercely fluttered in the night wind. San Lang glanced at him and smiled. He said, "Don't be afraid." Xia Lian said, "You, come back first. If you come back, I won't be afraid." San Lang said, "Don't worry. I'll leave for a while. I'll see you again very soon." Xia Lian said, "Don't." Before he finished speaking, that youth maintained his posture of crossing his arms and took another step forward. With a light leap, he instantly disappeared into the unfathomable darkness. The moment he jumped out, Ruoxi flew out from Xiaolian's wrist. Transforming into a white rainbow, it wanted to wrap around that youth's figure. However, the speed of the fall was too fast. That white silk didn't even manage to catch a corner of the youth's clothes before it dimly retracted. Xiaolian suddenly knelt on top of the high wall and shouted down, "San Lang." There was no longer any sound. After that youth jumped down, there was no sound at all. Beside him, on top of the high wall, many of the Half Moon Empire's soldiers shouted at each other. They were all extremely shocked. What was going on today? In the past, they had to grab and throw him down before they could throw him down. Today, they were taking turns to jump down. If they weren't allowed to jump, they would jump down themselves? That General Kuemo shouted for them to calm down. When Xiaolian saw that Ruoxi didn't manage to catch San Lang, he didn't have time to think. He put it away and jumped down into the sinner's pit. Unexpectedly, when his body was already in midair, the back of his clothes suddenly tightened and he was suspended in midair. Xiaolian turned his head to look. It turned out that General Kuemo had seen him jump down as well, so he stretched out his long arm and caught him, not letting him fall down. Xiaolian thought to himself, "It's fine if you want to come, but it's better if we go down together." With a thought, Ruoxi was like a white snake. It swiftly coiled around General Kuemo's arm and climbed up. With a schwa 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 sound, it wrapped around his entire body. When General Kuemo saw that this white silk was strange and unfathomable, as if it had a spirit, the black veins on his forehead bulged and the muscles on his body instantly swelled up several times. It was as if he wanted to forcibly break apart Ruoxi who was binding him. Xiaolian was in a deadlock with General Kuemo when suddenly, he noticed something extremely strange from the corner of his eye. The corpse hanging on the long pole suddenly moved and slightly raised its head. The group of Half Moon Empire soldiers also noticed that the corpse had moved. One after another, they loudly shouted and brandished their mace towards the corpse. After that black-clothed girl moved, it was unknown how she untied the rope that was hanging her, but she suddenly jumped down from the pole and quickly rushed over. She was like a black wind blowing past the eaves of a high wall. Both fast and evil, the soldiers were instantly blown away by this evil wind and fell down the high wall while screaming. Seeing his soldiers being swept down and falling into the sinner's pit, Kuemo furiously cursed. His curses were extremely vulgar and probably used a lot of street slang. Xiaolian didn't really understand. However, he understood the first sentence. Kuemo was cursing, "It's this slut again." In the next moment, he couldn't curse anymore because Xiaolian suddenly used force and dragged him down the sinner's pit. A sinner's pit that one couldn't climb out of once they fell. As they fell, Kuemo's angry roar almost pierced Xiaolian's eardrums. He could only put away Ruoxi and conveniently kick Kuemo to keep him a bit further away to protect his ears. Immediately after, he urged Ruoxi to jump up, hoping to grab onto something to cushion his fall. At the very least, when he landed, he wouldn't fall too miserably. However, this sinner's pit was very powerful, and the array was also very powerful. Not only was Ruoxi unable to explore higher, but he also had nowhere to rely on in this high wall. Just when he thought he was going to fall into a flat human patty like the countless times before and be embedded in the ground for several days without being able to dig himself out, suddenly, in the darkness, a silver light flashed. In the next moment, a pair of hands lightly caught him. That person accurately caught him head-on. It was as if he was waiting for someone to catch him. One hand went around Xiaolian's back and wrapped around his shoulder, while the other hand grabbed onto his knee. Xiaolian's fall from the sky was easily averted by this action. Xiaolian had just fallen from a high place when he suddenly stopped. He was still a bit dizzy, so he subconsciously raised his hand and tightly held onto the other person's shoulder. He said, "San Lang?" Everything around him was dark, so he couldn't see anything clearly. Of course, he also couldn't clearly see who this person was. However, he still blurted out those two words. The other person didn't answer. Xiaolian felt around his shoulder and chest a few times, wanting to confirm. He said, "San Lang, is that you?" He didn't know if it was because they were at the bottom of the pit, but the smell of blood here was so heavy that it would make people faint several times. Xiaolian didn't know what was going on either. He randomly felt all the way up, but when he felt that person's hard Adam's apple, he suddenly woke up with a start. In his heart, he said, "You're San Lang, right? Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" After a while, he finally heard that youngster's reply. It came from a place extremely close to him. "I'm fine." Xiaolian said, "San Lang, are you really okay? Let me down." San Lang said, "Don't come down." Xiaolian was startled. He thought, what's going on? Is there something on the ground? That pair of hands were still tightly hugging him, with no intention of letting go. Xiaolian wanted to raise his hand and gently push San Lang's chest. However, just as he put his hand on it, he remembered that when he fell and was caught, he had carelessly groped around and felt the hard bulge in the youth's throat. Thus, he secretly retracted his hand. He didn't know what was going on. Xiaolian had lived for hundreds of years, but he still didn't know how to write the word awkward. At this moment, a voice in his heart kept warning him. It's best not to randomly move your hands and feet. At this moment, he heard a roar filled with anger and grief. A mournful roar came from the other side of the pit. "What's wrong with you guys?" This was the half-moon language, and from the sound of it, it was General Kumo, who Xiaolian had pulled down. He was originally dead. Naturally, he didn't fall to his death. It was just that this fall was very fierce. He probably smashed a human-shaped pit and was embedded inside. When he got up, he began to shout, "What's going on? Soldiers! My brothers, what's wrong with you?" Just now, he was shouting down from the high wall. There were clearly hundreds and thousands of voices responding to him. It was as if the depths of the pit were filled with ferocious evil spirits crying piteously for food. However, at this moment, Xiaolian's ears heard. Other than Kumo's furious roar, there was only a deathly silence. He couldn't even hear the sound of San Lang's breathing and heartbeat, who was right next to him. Xiaolian's breathing stopped. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Yes, he was clearly sticking closely to San Lang, but he couldn't hear the youth's breathing and heartbeat at all. Kumo roared, "Who killed you? Who killed you?" When Anjiao fell, he could still hear the terrifying sound of people being eaten. But after San Lang jumped, there were no more sounds. Who else could it be? Presumably, Kumo immediately reacted and said, "You killed my soldiers. You deserve to die. I want you dead." Although he couldn't see, Xiaolian could sense danger rushing towards him. His body moved and he said, "San Lang, be careful." San Lang, however, said, "Don't mind him." Still holding him, he moved his feet slightly, as if turning around. In the darkness, Xiaolian heard an extremely fine ding-ding sound. It was extremely pleasant to listen to, clear and intense, and it disappeared in a flash. Just as he was about to capture it again, the Qiamo pounced on empty air and attacked again. San Lang once again lightly and deftly turned, dodging the attack. Xiaolian's arms involuntarily climbed up again, tightly hugging San Lang. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the clothes on San Lang's shoulders. However, these two hands were holding him very firmly. Even though he was moving and dodging, they still held him firmly. However, from time to time, Xiaolian felt as if there was something icy cold pressing against him, and he couldn't help but be startled. In the boundless darkness, there was a flash of silver light, and the sound of sharp blades cutting and grinding could be heard from all directions. The Half-Moon General seemed to be heavily injured, but he was extremely brave and did not retreat. He attacked again with a gust of angry wind. Xiaolian called out, "Ruoxi!" That white silk flew out in response. With a paw sound, it seemed to whip the Qiamo into a somersault in the air before falling to the ground. This fall caused the Qiamo to roar, "You too! 2 against 1, despicable." Xiaolian thought to himself, "You're already going to kill us, so why do you care about 2 against a few or 2 against 1? Despicable or not, saving your life is more important. Kill him first and talk later." However, San Lang snorted and laughed without the slightest hint of a smile. He said, 1 against 1, you have no chance of winning. Don't make a move." The last sentence was directed at Xiaolian. His voice was a bit deeper, and the sarcasm in the previous sentence had also disappeared. Xiaolian said, "Okay. After he finished speaking, he still reminded him, San Lang, why don't you put me down first? I'll be in your way. San Lang said, it's fine. Don't come down. Xiaolian couldn't help but ask, why can't I come down? It couldn't be that this youngster liked to hug people and fight, right? Was there a need to do this even if he was looking down on his opponent? That youngster's reply was only one word. Dirty. Xiaolian had never imagined that he would actually give such a reason, and that he would even say it so seriously. It was a little funny, but also a little strange that was hard to describe. He only felt his chest inexplicably heat up. He said, you can't keep hugging me like this, right? San Lang said, that's not necessarily impossible. Xiaolian had only asked that question as a joke, but San Lang's answer didn't have any intention of joking at all. Xiaolian didn't know what to say next. In the span of a few sentences, the Qiamo once again tenaciously and unyieldingly launched an attack in the darkness. San Lang was clearly hugging him with both hands, yet he used some unknown method to beat the Qiamo into retreating again and again. As he retreated, he roared, that slut let you. Before he could finish roaring, a loud dong rang out, and a huge body fell down with a loud bang. He had actually been beaten to the point where he couldn't get up again and again. Hearing this, Xiaolian said, San Lang, don't kill him yet. If we want to leave this place, I'm afraid we'll have to interrogate him first. Sure enough, San Lang didn't attack again. Standing still, he said, I originally didn't plan on killing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. The bottom of the sinner's pit once again sunk into a deathly silence. After a moment of silence, Xiaolian said, San Lang, did you do all this down there? Even if nothing could be seen clearly in the darkness, the overwhelming stench of blood and murderous aura, as well as Qiamo's previous frenzied state of grief and anger, had already clearly outlined what had happened down there. After a moment of silence, Xiaolian finally heard San Lang's answer. He said, yes. It was an expected answer. After a long while, Xiaolian sighed and said, how do I say this? He pondered for a moment, and finally, in a sincere and heartfelt tone, he said, San Lang, the next time you see a pit like this, don't randomly jump in. I can't even stop you. I really don't know what to do. As if he hadn't expected Xiaolian to say this, San Lang seemed to choke for a moment. When he opened his mouth again, his tone was a bit strange as he said, you're not going to ask anything else? Xiaolian said, what else do you want me to ask? San Lang said, for example, am I human? Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, about this, I don't think there's a need to ask. San Lang said, HM? There's no need? Xiaolian said, MHM. Is there a need? Whether you're human or not, it doesn't really matter. San Lang said, oh? Xiaolian crossed his arms in the crook of his arms and said, when making friends with people, it depends on whether or not they hit it off, and how compatible they are. It doesn't depend on identity. If I like you, even if you're a beggar, I'll still like you. If I hate you, even if you're an emperor, I'll still hate you. Shouldn't it be like this? It couldn't be any more simple logic, so there's no need to ask. San Lang laughed out loud and said, MHM, what you said really makes a lot of sense. Xiaolian said, right? He also laughed out loud a few times. As he laughed and laughed, he kept feeling that something wasn't right. Suddenly, he finally reacted. He had actually been carried by San Lang like this. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that, unknowingly, he had already gotten used to this position. This was really asking for his life. Xiaolian coughed lightly and said, San Lang, we can talk about this kind of small matter later. Why don't you put me down first? San Lang seemed to smile and said, wait a moment. He carried Xiaolian and seemed to walk down for a while before he gently put him down. Xiaolian landed on solid ground and said, thank you very much. San Lang didn't say anything. Xiaolian said his thanks and raised his head to look up. A bright moon hung in the deep blue sky. It was extremely beautiful, but it was framed in a square sky. It made people think of a frog sitting in a well looking up at the sky. He tried to urge Ruoxi to leap up again. As expected, Ruoxi was blocked by something invisible in midair and bounced back. He couldn't go up anymore. Sanlang said, there's an array set up around this sinner's pit. Xiaolian said, I know. I'm just trying. If I don't try, I won't give up. I don't know what happened to the other people up there. Did that black-cloaked girl sweep them down as well? He told Sanlang about the girl hanging on the pole suddenly rising up and sweeping a group of soldiers down. After saying a few words, he wanted to take a few steps forward, but he stepped on something. It seemed to be an arm. Xiaolian almost tripped, but he quickly steadied himself. However, Sanlang still helped him up and said, be careful. He lightly added, I said, the ground is very dirty. Xiaolian also understood what that dirty referred to. He said, it's nothing. I want to hold a palm flame and see what's going on down there. Then I'll make a plan. Sanlang didn't say anything. At this moment, Jimo's voice rang out again from a distance. If you work for that slut, the millions of resentful souls in our country will curse you. Xia. Lien turned his head and said in the half-moon language, General GMO, the person you're talking about, who is it? GMO hatefully said, why bother asking? That demon Taoist. Xiaolian said, is it that Taoist nun wandering around the city? GMO fiercely spat on the ground. It seemed like that was the case. Xiaolian said, aren't you loyal to the half-moon state preceptor? GMO was infuriated by his words and said, I will never be loyal to her again. I won't forgive that slut. What followed was a long string of curses. GMO's emotions were agitated, and he spoke extremely fast. It was so fast that Xiaolian's face was already filled with confusion towards the end. He couldn't understand it all, so he could only stealthily say, Sanlang, Sanlang. Sanlang then said, he's cursing. He's saying that the state preceptor betrayed their country, opened the city gates to let the Central Plains army massacre the city, and pushed his brothers into this damned pit. He wants to hang her to death 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Xiaolian hurriedly said, wait. How could it be like this? There were two things that were completely wrong. First, the Taoist nun wandering around the city that Xiaolian had just mentioned was referring to the white-cloaked woman. But now, GMO repeatedly called the half-moon state preceptor a slut, and also said that the state preceptor had pushed his brothers into this damned pit. And just now, when that black-clothed woman swept the soldiers off the high wall, Xiaolian also heard GMO curse at her. Coupled with the last sentence hang her to death 1,000 times, Xiaolian suddenly realized that the people they were talking about didn't seem to be the same person at all. Second, the half-moon country was actually betrayed by the half-moon state preceptor? Xiaolian interrupted him and said, General, the half-moon state preceptor you're talking about, is she the black-clothed woman hanging on the pole of the sinner pit? GMO said, if it wasn't her, then who else could it be? That black-clothed woman hanging on the pole like a corpse was actually the real half-moon state preceptor. But if that was the case, then who was the white-clothed nun leisurely strolling around Half-Moon City and saying she wanted to kill them all, and the black-clothed woman walking with her? The more Xiaolian listened, the more curious he became. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He said, General, I want to ask. However, Kuemo said, don't ask. You guys killed my soldiers. What else do you want to ask? I won't answer. Come fight. Sanlang said, I killed them. He didn't do anything. You can answer him and then fight me. This really made sense. Kuemo angrily said, you guys are all the helpers she found. It's all the same. Xiaolian immediately said, General Kuemo. Are you misunderstanding something? We originally came to this desert to eliminate the Half-Moon State Preceptor. How could you be the helper she invited? Hearing that he came to eliminate the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor, Kumo's side fell into silence. After a while, he said, if you guys weren't sent by her, why did you guys kill my soldiers? Xiaolian said, this isn't because you threw us down. Is that why we had no choice but to protect ourselves? Nonsense, he said sternly. I didn't throw you guys at all. I clearly caught you just now. You guys were the ones who insisted on jumping down. Xiaolian could only say, yes, 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 we were the ones who wanted to jump into the pit. General, right now, we're all trapped at the bottom of this pit, so let's temporarily unite. Then why did the half-moon imperial tutor open the door and lead the army to massacre the city? How could Kuemo listen to reason with him? You two are too despicable. Hit me together. Xiaolian helplessly said, I really only hit you once. I didn't really do anything. He didn't mind being called despicable and cunning. If the situation was critical, let alone 2 against 1, let alone 2 against 1. Even if he brought 100 people to gang up on one, he wouldn't lose face. Who would want to fight one-on-one? But just now, Sanlang clearly had the upper hand even though he was carrying a person. He also said not to let Xiaolian make a move, but in the end, Kuemo seemed to think that he could beat him. In a one-on-one fight. Xiaolian really felt depressed for him. However, looking at Kuemo's personality, his words should be easier to trick. Take it slow, it shouldn't be a problem. However, Sanlang didn't have much patience. He leisurely said, for your soldiers, it's better if you answer him. Kuemo said, they've already been eliminated by you. It's useless even if you use them to threaten me. Sanlang said, but the corpse is still here. Kuemo seemed to be unable to continue lying down. He asked warily, what do you want? Sanlang said, I'll have to ask you then. What do you want? Just by listening to his voice, Xiaolian could already imagine the way he narrowed his eyes when he said this. Do you want them to be safe and sound in their next life, or do you want them to be born into a pool of blood? Kuemo stared blankly at first, then understood. You? The people of the half-moon country attached great importance to funeral etiquette. They believed that they would be the same in their next life as the corpse of the deceased. For example, if he died without an arm, he would be born as a one-armed cripple in his next life. If the corpses at the bottom of the pit were really crushed into a pool of blood, wouldn't it be better to have no afterlife? This Chuemo was a pure half-moon person, so he had to be afraid. As expected, he gritted his teeth for a while in the darkness. After a while, he finally said helplessly, don't touch their corpses. They were all brave and good soldiers. It was already very unfortunate for them to stay in this sinner's pit for so many years. Today, they were killed by you. I don't know if this is considered a release. But they definitely can't suffer this kind of humiliation again. Pausing for a moment, he then said, you guys really came to kill Half Moon? Xiaolian warmly said, I'm not lying. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. Outsiders know very little about the deeds of the half-moon state preceptor, so even if they wanted to deal with her, they wouldn't know where to start. But General Chuemo, since you've worked with her before, you should be able to give us a few pointers. Perhaps it was because they shared a common enemy, or perhaps it was because they had fallen into an abyss that they couldn't climb out of. Sitting on top of the mountain of corpses, Kuemo temporarily put away his hostility and said, you don't know why she opened the door to let the Yong'an people in? Because she wanted to take revenge on us. She hates the half-moon country. Xiaolian said, what do you mean she hates the half-moon country? Isn't the half-moon state preceptor a half-moon person? Kuemo said, yes. But not completely. She's a mixed blood, and half of her is from the Yong'an people. As it turned out, that half-moon state preceptor was the child of a woman from the half-moon country and a man from Yong'an. In this border area, the citizens of the two countries loathed each other. This strange couple had an extremely difficult life. After a few years, the man from the Central Plains couldn't bear this kind of life anymore. He left the border and returned to the rich and peaceful Yong'an. Although the two of them had agreed to part ways, not long after, the woman from the half-moon country also passed away due to a depressed heart. They left behind a 6 or 7-year-old daughter. With no one to take care of her, she grew up starving and hungry. The couple received supercilious looks from others, and the offspring they gave birth to also received supercilious looks from others. The people from the half-moon country all had tall statures. Both men and women were strong and lively. But because this girl was a mixed blood of a different race, she appeared extremely thin and weak among the group of children from the half-moon country. As a result, she was often bullied since childhood. Gradually, her personality became more and more gloomy and eccentric. The children from the half-moon country didn't play with her, but some of the children from Yong'an were still willing to pay attention to her. When this mixed-blood girl was in her teens, there was a riot at the border. the armies of both sides fought. Many people died in this battle. After that, the mixed-blood girl disappeared. She originally didn't have any relatives or friends in the half-moon country. Even after disappearing for a few years, no one asked about her. However, the next time she appeared, the situation was completely different. In these few years, she actually traveled thousands of miles. Alone, she passed through the Gobi Desert and walked to Yong'an. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter she had there, but she managed to learn an extremely demonic spell. Not only that, she could also control the poisonous creature that the people of the half-moon country feared the most, the scorpion tail snake. Seeing her return, besides sighing in admiration, there were also some people from the half-moon country who felt fear. That was because this girl's personality hadn't changed at all. She was still gloomy and eccentric. In the past, many people from the half-moon country had bullied her. Now, she had entered the imperial palace and even became a mage with an extremely high status. If one day she wanted to retaliate against them, wouldn't that mean that she would cause trouble for them? Xiaolian said, I'm afraid that there will be many people from the half-moon country who will speak ill of her. Kuemo snorted and said, not only will they speak ill of her, they will directly go to the imperial palace and speak to the king. They will say that she is an envoy sent by the vicious scorpion tail snake to harm the half-moon country and should be hanged. However, none of them succeeded. Xiaolian guessed, did she take the initiative to hang these people first? Kuemo became even more disgusted. You, a person from Yong'an, how can your brain be filled with such sinister and ruthless thoughts? No. I was the one who protected her. Xiaolian helplessly said, I already said that I'm not a person from Yong'an. Fine, forget it. At that time, Kuemo was already a general. Once, he brought his soldiers to encircle and suppress the desert bandits. He also brought along the girl who was a court mage to accompany him. That group of bandits was very impressive. They had built a nest under the sand, and in that battle, both sides suffered casualties. Kuemo won, but the battle caused the nest under the sand to collapse. In addition to that, there was a sandstorm, so it wasn't advisable to stay for long. Kuemo brought a portion of the soldiers to retreat. However, there was still a portion of people, including the mage, who didn't have the time to escape. After retreating to a safe location and waiting for the sandstorm to pass, Kuemo once again returned. He wanted to dig up the bodies of the soldiers and bury them. Who would have thought that when he got there, he would discover that the mage had used his own strength to dig a sizable hole in the ground and drag the surviving and injured soldiers inside to take shelter from the sandstorm. The corpses of the deceased were also dug out and placed neatly. She had done all of this with her bare hands. When they arrived, the mage was covered in blood, but he was still silently guarding the entrance of the cave, kneeling and waiting for them like a small lone wolf. He said, after that incident, I felt that she was a good person and did the right thing. She definitely had no intention of harming the half-moon kingdom, so I vouched for her and refuted those malicious voices. In addition, when Kuemo was young, he had been bullied by his peers because of his weak body. Thus, he could empathize with this young lady and naturally paid a lot of attention to her. The more he paid attention to her, the more he realized that this mage was very capable. Thus, he recommended her all the way and single-handedly sent her to the position of imperial preceptor. Just as the later generations recorded, she became the most loyal supporter of the half-moon imperial preceptor. Until another war broke out, and the Yongan kingdom sent an army to besiege the half-moon kingdom. GMO said, the two countries have been at war for a long time and are still locked in a stalemate. She opened an altar to offer sacrifice to the heavens, saying that she wants to protect our half-moon soldiers. As a result, the soldiers' killing intense sword and their morale was greatly boosted. They defended the city gate to the death. Stray arrows, boulders, boiling oil, swords, killing was endless. Who knew that this imperial preceptor, at the most intense moment of the battle, would suddenly open the city gate? The city gate was wide open, and tens of thousands of enemy troops instantly rushed into the city. As the armored cavalry trampled over them, the entire city instantly turned into a blood altar. When Kuemo, who was in the middle of a bitter battle with the enemy troops, heard that the imperial preceptor had opened the city gate, he went mad with anger. No matter how valiant he was alone, in the end, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Kumo gritted his teeth and said, "Only then did I find out that she had long colluded with the enemy country's generals. They arranged to directly let people in at this time. But even if I was destined to die in battle, before I died, I still wanted to kill this traitor." Thus, I had a group of soldiers rush up to the city gate tower, grab her, drag her down, and hang her on the sinner's pit. It's hanging on that pole. When the army passed through, the entire Half-Moon Kingdom turned into a dead country. The generals, soldiers, and imperial preceptor who died in battle and were hanged to death. Neither side could leave these ruins, yet they still hated each other. Xiaolian said, "So, General Kumo, you led the Half-Moon army under your command and searched everywhere for the imperial preceptor's figure. Every time you caught her, you would once again hang her on the sinner's pit?" Kumo said, "Hanging her 1,000 times or 10,000 times wouldn't be too much. That's because she was also everywhere capturing the soldiers under my command who had been demonized, and pushing them into the sinner's pit. She set up an extremely powerful array around the pit. Only she could undo it, and once you fell in, you wouldn't be able to climb back up again. As for me, the soldiers who were betrayed by her and died in battle, my resentment was deep. Only by eating the flesh and blood of the people of Yong and could we dispel the hatred in our hearts and gradually ascend to heaven. Otherwise, we could only howl every night, unable to be freed." Xiaolian said, "So, you kept catching people and throwing them down to feed them, right?" Kumo said, "What else could I do? Did you want me to just listen to them cry and howl down there? The people who were thrown down, were they caught by you yourselves, or?" We couldn't leave Half-Moon Kingdom too far, but fortunately, her snakes loved to cause trouble. They would often crawl out of the ancient city and bite people everywhere. Those merchant caravans that were bitten would enter the city to find good moon grass. That buried surface in the imperial palace, was it you guys who buried it? Correct. The person buried in the soil wanted to steal the treasures of the imperial palace. However, all of the treasures of our country had been looted clean by the people of Yong and 200 years ago. Xiaolian asked, "Why did you guys just bury him, and not directly throw him down?" Kumo said, "There must be fertilizer to raise the grass. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to control those scorpion-tailed snakes. We also didn't want to encounter those things." Xiaolian thought to himself, that's not right. Since Kumo's side would consciously plant good moon grass, and even use living people as fertilizer to raise it, it was clear that even if they were no longer human, their fear towards the scorpion-tailed snakes hadn't diminished in the slightest. Thus, when they were alive, this fear must have been even greater. Since that Half-Moon Kingdom's preceptor had grasped the great killing weapon of the scorpion-tailed snakes, how could he have been so easily dragged down the city wall and hung to death by a group of soldiers? According to Kumo's explanation, in these 200 years, they had caught the preceptor again and again, and the preceptor had been hung to death by them again and again. In any case, Xiaolian felt that if it was him, with such a killing weapon in his hands, he definitely wouldn't let the enemy have the chance to get close to him. There was also that scorpion-tailed snake that had crawled out of the ancient city to bite people. Was it an accident? It didn't seem like it. It was more like it was deliberately luring people into the pass. Was that the preceptor had done it on purpose? Wasn't that the same as opening the door for Kumo to capture living people to feed the soldiers? Wouldn't the argument that the two sides were hostile be contradictory? Then were they pretending to be hostile? But what was the point of pretending to be hostile? And before all this chaos, there was still a puzzle, the identity of that white-clothed female crown prince and her companion. Xiaolian decided to ask a few more questions. "General, when we entered the city, we saw two female crowns, one black and one white, on the street. Do you know who these two people are?" Before he could answer, Sanlang softly said, "Shoo." Although he didn't know what was going on, Xiaolian immediately stopped talking. A strange intuition made him raise his head and look up. It was still that square dark blue night sky, and it was still that cold white half-moon. However, next to the half-moon, he saw a person in the distance. Half of a black-cloaked figure poked out and looked down. After looking for a moment, that person's half-body suddenly turned into a whole body, and jumped down. After the state preceptor jumped down, she said in the half-moon language, "GMO, what's going on?" When she opened her mouth, her voice was quite different from what Xiaolian had imagined. It indeed sounded cold, but it was very small, as if a sullen child was talking to himself. It wasn't the kind of cold and powerful voice. If Xiaolian's hearing wasn't bad, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it clearly. GMO said, "What's going on?" "They're all dead." The state preceptor said, "Why are they all dead?" GMO said, "Isn't it because you pushed them all down? Locked them up in this damned place." The state preceptor said, "Who's here?" "There's another person. Actually, at this time, besides GMO, there should be 2 more people at the bottom of the pit." However, San Lang didn't breathe or have a heartbeat. The half-moon state preceptor couldn't catch any trace of his existence. Just now, it was also chaotic up there. She couldn't remember who fell down and who ran away. Thus, she thought it was only Xiaolian. GMO said, "They killed my soldiers. Are you happy now?" "They're all dead." The state preceptor was silent for a while. After a while, a flame suddenly lit up in the darkness. It reflected a black-clothed girl holding a small flame in her palm. This girl looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. She wore a simple black Taoist uniform and her eyes were also black. It wasn't that she wasn't pretty. She just looked very unhappy. Her forehead and mouth were bruised, which could be seen clearly under the light of the fire. If it wasn't confirmed in advance, no one would have thought that the half-moon state preceptor was actually such a pale girl. The flame also illuminated her surroundings. At her feet, there were the corpses of the half-moon soldiers wearing armor. Xiaolian couldn't help but look to the side. Because the flame that the state preceptor held up was very small, it didn't illuminate the entire bottom of the sinner's pit. They were still hidden in the darkness, but with the help of the distant flame, he could see a red-clothed figure beside him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but San Lang was originally taller than him, but now, he seemed to be a little taller. Xiaolian's gaze slowly moved up to the youth's throat. He paused for a moment before continuing to move up, stopping at the beautifully shaped lower jaw. The upper half of the youth's face was still hidden in the darkness, but the lower half seemed to be slightly different from before. Although his handsomeness didn't diminish, his facial features seemed to have become more distinct. Perhaps noticing his gaze, the man tilted his face slightly and turned around, the corners of his lips curving up slightly. Perhaps it was because he wanted to see too clearly, wanted to get closer, that Xiaolian unconsciously took another step closer to him. At this time, a loud shout could be heard from the distance. It seemed like he had personally witnessed this tragic scene and was greatly stimulated. Xiaolian suddenly woke up with a start and turned his head around. He saw Kuimo hugging his head, while that imperial preceptor heard him yell, yet there was no joy nor sorrow. He only nodded and said, "All right." Kuimo was in the midst of grieving, and when he heard this, he flew into a rage. "What's good about it?" "What do you mean?" The imperial advisor said, "Good means that we are finally free." She turned to Xiaolian in the darkness and asked, "Did you guys kill him?" Xiaolian replied, "This was an accident." "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Xiaolian braced himself and said, "Life is full of surprises." The imperial advisor glanced at him, unable to see his expression. She then asked, "Who are you guys?" This sentence was actually spoken in very standard Chinese, and it wasn't in a questioning tone. Xiaolian said, "I'm a heavenly official from the heavenly court. This is, my friend." Kuimo didn't understand, but he could tell that they weren't quarreling. He vigilantly asked, "What are you guys talking about?" The imperial advisor's gaze slowly swept past Xiaolian, stopping on San Lang for a moment. She then retracted her gaze and said, "No heavenly official has ever come here before. I thought you guys had long since left this place." Xiaolian originally thought that he would have to fight with this imperial advisor for the half-moon, but who knew that she actually had no fighting spirit at all. She then asked, "Are you guys going out or not?" Xiaolian replied, "Of course I want to go out. But there's an array set up all around here, so there's no way out." When that imperial advisor heard this, she walked in front of a high wall in the sinner's pit. She stretched out her hand and straightforwardly slapped the wall. Turning her head around, she said, "I've undone the array. You guys can go." This was too easy to talk to. Xiaolian already didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, a person's voice came from above, calling out from afar, "Hey! Is there anyone down there? If there isn't, I'm leaving." It was Fu Yao's voice. Xiaolian seemed to hear San Lang, who was beside him, click his tongue. He immediately raised his head, and sure enough, he saw a figure dressed in black looking down. He shouted, "Fu Yao! There's someone down there! I'm down there!" After shouting, he even waved his hand. Fu Yao said from above, "How come you're really down there? What else is down there besides you?" Xiaolian said, "This. Aside from me, there are still a lot of things down there. Why don't you take a look yourself?" Fu Yao also seemed to feel that it was better to take a look himself than listen to him. Thus, with a boom, he released a large fireball and threw it downwards. In a split second, the entire bottom of the sinner's pit was illuminated by the fireball, making it as bright as day. Xiaolian finally saw clearly what kind of place he was standing in. He was surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Countless corpses of the Half-Moon Empire's soldiers were piled up on top of each other. Their faces and arms were black, their armors were shiny, and their blood was purple. And the place where Xiaolian was standing was the only empty space at the bottom of the sinner's pit without corpses. All of this had been done in the blink of an eye after San Lang jumped down in the darkness. Xiaolian once again turned his head to look at the youth beside him. Just now, in the darkness, he had vaguely seen that San Lang seemed to have suddenly grown a bit taller. There were also some subtle differences in some areas. However, at this moment, under the bright firelight, the one standing beside him was still the same handsome youth from before. Seeing him look over, the youth faintly smiled. Xiaolian lowered his head to look at his wrists and boots. Sure enough, they were the same as before, without anything that would make light clinking sounds. At this moment, he heard a muffled sound as Fu Yao jumped down. Xiaolian said, "Weren't you looking after that caravan of merchants?" Fu Yao had just come down, so he still wasn't used to the smell of blood at the bottom of the pit. Frowning, he fanned the air with his hand and softly said, "I've waited for 6 hours, but I still haven't seen you guys return. I think something happened. I drew a circle to tell them to stay somewhere else and come over to take a look first." Xiaolian said, "Drawing a circle won't last long. With you leaving like this, it's hard to avoid their suspicions being left behind. What good would it be if they ran out of the circle?" Fu Yao said, "If a person wants to die, even 8 horses can't stop them. There's nothing we can do. What's going on with these two? Who are they?" He was extremely vigilant against the other 2 people at the bottom of the pit. However, he quickly discovered that Kumo had been beaten to the point that his entire body was covered in wounds. He was lying on the ground with difficulty, while that half-moon state preceptor hung his head and didn't make a sound. Xiaolian said, "This is the general of the half-moon country, and this is the state preceptor of the half-moon country. Right now, they..." Before he finished speaking, Kumo suddenly leaped up. After lying on the ground for so long, he finally gathered enough strength. With a loud shout, he stood up and sent a palm towards the half-moon state preceptor. A burly man beating up a little girl. In the past, this kind of scene would never have happened in front of Xiaolian. However, Kumo had an extremely ample reason to hate the state preceptor. The state preceptor clearly could have dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he was like a broken doll being thrown around by him. Kumo angrily said, "Where's your scorpion? Come on, let them bite me to death. Quick, give me a release too." The state preceptor gloomily said, "Kumo, my snake doesn't listen to me anymore." Kumo spat, "Why doesn't it bite you to death?" The state preceptor said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Kumo said, "Do you really hate us that much?" The state preceptor shook his head. Kumo became even angrier and said, "You really want to anger me to death. You don't even hate us, so why did you betray us? You shameful spy, traitor, traitorous thing." Fu Yao saw that they were beating more and more fiercely. Moreover, it was a one-sided beating. He frowned and said, "Hey, what are they saying? Should we go up and stop them?" Xiaolian really couldn't stand watching anymore. He stepped forward and grabbed Kumo, saying, General, I think it would be better for you to tell us who that Yong'an thief is." "We Suddenly, that state preceptor grabbed his wrist. This grab was abrupt, and the grip was dead tight. At first, Xiaolian's heart sank. He thought that she was going to take the opportunity to plot against him. He didn't expect that when he looked down again, this state preceptor was lying on the ground. There was a bit of bruise at the corner of her mouth as she raised her head to look at him. She clearly didn't say anything, but her two jet-black eyes burst out with an almost fiery vitality. This appearance overlapped with a small figure in his memory from a long time ago. Xiaolian blurted out, "It's you?" The state preceptor also said, "General Hua?" With this exchange, everyone at the bottom of the pit was stunned. Fu Yao took a step forward and knocked Kuimo unconscious. He said, "You guys know each other?" However, Xiaolian didn't have time to answer. He squatted down, grabbed the state preceptor's shoulder, and carefully looked at her face. Just now, he was far away and couldn't see clearly. In addition, this young girl's appearance had also changed as she grew up. Moreover, more than 200 years had passed. For various reasons, he didn't recognize her at first glance. But now that he looked again, this face was clearly the same as in his memory. Xiaolian couldn't speak for a while. After a while, he finally said, "Banue?" The state preceptor suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Surprisingly, she seemed a little excited as she said, "It's me. General Hua, you still remember me?" Xiaolian said, "Of course I remember you. But..." He stared at this young girl for a moment and sighed. "But, how did you end up like this?" Hearing him say this, the state preceptor's eyes suddenly overflowed with a few traces of pain. She said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I messed up." This was a general and a lieutenant, how could the bystanders not hear it? Fu Yao was slightly stunned. "Lieutenant? General? You? How could it be like this?" "Then what's the general's grave?" Xiaolian nodded and said, "My grave." Fu Yao said, "Didn't you say that 200 years ago, you came here to collect trash?" Xiaolian said, "This is a long story. Originally, that was indeed my plan. It was said that one day 200 years ago, for some reason, Xiaolian couldn't continue living in the East. Thus, he decided to avoid the limelight. He planned to pass through the Qinling Mountains and go to the south to make a new world of collecting trash. Thus, he took the compass and walked towards the south. Along the way, he felt depressed. Why did he feel that the scenery on the road wasn't right? It should have been lush with trees and densely populated, so why did it become more and more desolate? Although he was puzzled, he still persevered and walked until he arrived at the Gobi Desert. When the wind blew, he ate a mouthful of sand. Only then did he realize that the compass he was holding had long been broken. The directions he had been pointed in were all wrong. Even if he was pointing in the wrong direction, he couldn't do anything about it. With the thought of, since I'm already here, I might as well take a look at the scenery of the desert, Xiaolian continued to walk forward. However, he temporarily changed his destination to the northwest. Finally, he arrived at the border and temporarily stayed near the half-moon country. Xiaolian said, "At first, I was indeed just collecting trash in the vicinity. However, the border was in frequent turmoil and deserters were often seen. Thus, the army would randomly arrest people to make up the numbers." Sanlang said, "And you were forcibly arrested?" Xiaolian said, "I was arrested. But in any case, whatever I did was the same. Being a soldier was fine. Afterwards, I drove away a few bandits. I don't know how I became a lieutenant. Even those who gave me face would call me general." Fu Yao asked doubtfully, "But why did she call you General Hua? It's not like your surname is Hua." Xiaolian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that. At that time, I casually came up with a fake name. I think I was called Hua Xia." When he heard this name, Sanlang's expression slightly changed. The corner of his mouth seemed to curl up. Xiaolian didn't notice and continued, "There were many battles at the border. There were many orphans. When I was free, I would occasionally play with them. One of them was called Half Moon. When there were bandits, Xiaolian was definitely the bravest soldier. No one dared to block his path. They didn't even dare to stand beside him. But when there were no bandits, it seemed like anyone could order him around. One day, he found a sand wall to light a fire and used his helmet to cook. As he cooked, the smell drifted out, angering a few soldiers who came over and kicked over the thing he was cooking. Xiaolian's heart ached as he went to pick up his helmet. When he turned around, he saw a child with disheveled hair and a dirty face squatting behind him. The child didn't care about burning his hands as he picked up the thing that had fallen to the ground and ate it. Xiaolian was stunned. "Don't. Wait. Little friend, you." Sure enough, after the child ate a few pieces of the thing he picked up from the ground, she began to retch and cry loudly. This scared Xiaolian so much that he carried her and madly ran for a while. Only after a while did he finally get rid of the thing she had eaten. Once he was done, he squatted on the ground and wiped his sweat. "Are you all right, little friend?" "I'm sorry. But you must never tell your parents about this. Next time, don't randomly pick up the things on the ground to eat." "Wait, what are you doing again?" The child's eyes were filled with tears as she went to pick up the food again. Unexpectedly, she still wanted to eat it. Only when Xiaolian grabbed her did he realize that the child's stomach was really close to sticking to her back. When a person was this hungry, they would eat anything. Even if they cried, they would still eat it. Xiaolian had no choice but to go back and take the last of his dry rations for her. Later on, he would often see this child peeping at him in the dark nearby. In his memory, that child named Half Moon always had a very unhappy expression. Her body and face were always covered in bruises. When she looked at him, she would grab the hem of his clothes and stare anxiously from below. Because she was ostracized by the other Half Moon children, other than Xiaolian, only a youth from Yongnan who lived at the border would occasionally pay attention to her. As a result, she would follow behind these two people all day long. She rarely opened her mouth, but she could speak Chinese. As a result, Xiaolian had never been able to figure out where she was from. In any case, when he saw a child walking around without anyone to care about her, he would just randomly bring her along. When he was free, he would teach her how to sing and wrestle. Occasionally, he would perform something like breaking a boulder on her chest. Their relationship wasn't bad. Xiaolian said, "I originally thought that the two words Half Moon and State Preceptor Half Moon referred to the country. I never expected that the state preceptor's name was actually Half Moon." Fu Yao asked. "What happened after that?" Xiaolian said, "After that, it was more or less the same as what was written on the general's tombstone tablet." After a moment of silence, Sanlang said, "The stone tablet said that you died." When he mentioned that stone tablet, Xiaolian felt very gloomy. Shouldn't normal inscriptions sing praises and do their utmost to beautify the commemorator? Demoting and demoting again and again until there was nothing left to demote was one thing, but how could they seriously write down how he died in such a shameful way? When he was sheltering from the wind, he read this paragraph. He simply couldn't look straight at it. If it weren't for San Lang, who could read the Half Moon language and was also watching from the side, he would have pretended that the part about how he died wasn't written on the stone tablet. Even he himself had spat when he saw this thing, so how could he blame others for also wanting to laugh when they saw it? When people came to his memorial tomb to shelter from the wind and sand, and when they saw his deeds on the stone tablet, they even wanted to comment on it and laugh heartily. He even felt embarrassed to ask everyone not to laugh. This really made him feel a bit gloomy. Xiaolian felt as if the space between his eyebrows was about to turn red. He said, of course I didn't die. I pretended to be dead." Fu Yao's face was filled with disbelief. Xiaolian explained, "My feet were stepped on too many times, so I couldn't get up at all. If I didn't pretend to be dead, I had no choice." Xiaolian said, "I really don't remember." Although he couldn't be killed 100 times, he still couldn't stand this kind of chopping method. On the spot, he thought, "I can't go on like this." He made a prompt decision and laid on the ground, pretending to be dead. As a result, he was stepped on until he fainted. When he woke up, he choked on water because the battlefield was being cleaned up after the battle. The corpses were thrown into the river. Xiaolian followed the river. Like a pile of trash, he was washed back into Yong'an country. After that, he recuperated for 3 or 4 years. He picked up an unbroken compass and set off again. Finally, he arrived at his original destination, the south, as he wished. He didn't pay much attention to the matters of the Half-Moon country. Half-Moon whispered, "I'm sorry." Fu Yao frowned. "Why did she keep saying sorry to you?" San Lang suddenly said, "Kumo said that Half-Moon State Preceptor went to the Central Plains after a riot. Did this riot have anything to do with you?" After his reminder, he recalled the contents of the stone tablet. Xiaolian vaguely remembered something and said, "Ah. It seems." Half-Moon said, "It was to save me." Everyone looked at her. She whispered, "General Hua was trampled to save me." Xiaolian instantly recalled the feeling of being trampled by 1,000 people. He couldn't help but hug his arms. Seeing the other two people staring at him, he hurriedly stopped. He wasn't trampled, he really wasn't trampled. Fu Yao didn't know why he wasn't pleased. He said in a strange tone, "Oh. You really sacrificed yourself for others." Xiaolian waved his hand. "I don't dare. It seems that I originally just wanted to grab the child and run away. Who knew that I wouldn't be able to retreat in time? When I turned around, I bumped into the two sides fighting." Fu Yao said, "If that's the case, how can you not even remember this kind of thing?" Xiaolian said, "Don't you see that I'm already several hundred years old? A lot of things can happen in 1 year. In 10 years, a person can change completely, let alone after so many years." It was impossible for him to remember everything clearly. Moreover, there are many things that are better forgotten. Rather than remembering that hundreds of years ago, you were chopped 100 times and stepped on 100 times, wouldn't it be better to remember that you ate a delicious meat bun yesterday? Half-Moon said, "I'm sorry." Xiaolian sighed and said, "Hanyue, saving you was my own choice, you didn't do anything wrong. If you want to apologize, perhaps you should say it to someone else." Half-Moon was startled, he lowered his head in silence. Xiaolian continued, "But, maybe it's because my impression of you is still stuck at 200 years ago. I always feel that you're not the kind of child who would scheme for revenge and betray others. Are you willing to tell me what's going on? Why did you open the city gate?" Half-Moon thought about it, shook her head, and continued to stay silent. Xiaolian asked, "Then, why did you release the snake to bite people?" This time, Half-Moon said, "I didn't release the snake." Xiaolian was startled and asked, "What?" Half-Moon said, "I didn't release the snake, it ran away on its own. Somehow, they don't listen to me anymore." Fu Yao revealed an impatient look when he heard this. Half-Moon said, "General Hua, I am not lying." Before Xiaolian could say anything, Fu Yao bluntly said, "Who doesn't say that after being captured? Even if you say you didn't do it on purpose, it's useless, I've heard these words many times. Those people who passed were indeed bitten by your snake. Stretch out your hands, we're going to take them away." Half-Moon closed her mouth, and sure enough, she stretched out her hands. Fu Yao immediately took out a binding immortal rope from his sleeves, binding her and Kumo. He said, "All right, the goal of this trip has been achieved, we can end this matter now." At this time, San Lang said, "She doesn't need to lie." Xiaolian also felt the need to ask again, so he asked Half-Moon, "Right now, you can't summon the scorpions at all?" Half-Moon said, "I can summon them, most of the time they listen to me, but sometimes they don't. I also don't know why." Xiaolian said, "Summon the snake, let us take a look." Half-Moon had just knelt in front of him, and now she finally got up and nodded. Not long after, a purplish-red scorpion snake slithered out from under a corpse. Raising its upper body, it coiled on top of the pile of corpses, silently flicking its tongue at everyone. Xiaolian was just about to take a closer look at the snake, when he saw Half-Moon slightly widen her eyes, her expression strange. Seeing this, Xiaolian's heart sank, thinking, something's wrong. Sure enough, after that scorpion snake finished flicking its tongue, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and fiercely shot out, attacking him. Although the snake's attack was sudden, Xiaolian had long since prepared for it. Seeing it clearly, he was just about to reach out to grab it, but who knew that before his hand could even touch it, he heard a bang sound, as if something had exploded. When he looked again, that snake had already softly fallen to the ground, exploding. Moreover, the explosion was extremely controlled, there wasn't any poison splashing out. Xiaolian immediately remembered that before he entered the Half-Moon Kingdom, there was also a scorpion snake that had died like this. It went without saying who did it. Before he could raise his eyes to look at San Lang, he saw a red-clothed arrow sleeve stretch out, blocking in front of him, separating him and Half Moon. On the other side, Fu Yao also coldly said, "Sure enough, she was lying to you. Do you think this snake could bite him in this situation? Stupid." Half Moon saw that the snake's complexion was already bad. Hearing that, she suddenly raised her head and said, "I didn't. I said some snakes don't listen to me, that one just now was one of them." Fu Yao didn't believe her at all, and said, "Who knows whether it listened to you or not?" Half Moon said in a low voice, "It wasn't summoned by me at all." Xiaolian was just about to speak, when he saw two more deep purple scorpion snakes drill out from under the corpses, flaunting their strength as they spat their tongues at them. Immediately, a third, a fourth, a fifth, from within the mountain of corpses, from every corner, countless scorpion snakes unexpectedly swam out. Everyone looked at Half Moon, who was kneeling on top of the pile of corpses. Fu Yao's hand revolved a ball of white light, and he said to Half Moon, "Make them retreat, it's impossible for them to all not listen to you." Half Moon's eyebrows tightly knit, as if she was thinking of a way to drive them away. However, there was still an unending stream of scorpion snakes appearing, twisting and entangling as they approached. Even if one or two snakes couldn't bite them to death, it would be hard to say if there were hundreds or thousands of them. Even if they couldn't bite them to death, it would still be very unsightly. Xiaolian raised his hand, about to summon Ruaxia, but then he saw that when those snakes were still a few feet away from them, they stopped. Hesitantly, they formed a strange encirclement. Xiaolian had an epiphany, and he raised his head to glance at San Lang beside him. He was currently looking down at these scorpion snakes, his eyes filled with contempt. The scorpion snakes seemed to understand his gaze, and didn't dare to come closer. Instead, they retreated a small distance, and as they retreated, they constantly lowered their heads, sticking their sinister heads to the ground in a subservient manner. However, it was as if there was some kind of power driving them, not allowing them to give up their attack and directly leave. As a result, many of the scorpion snakes turned around and swam towards Fu Yao. Fu Yao casually waved his hand, and flames sprayed out from his sleeve, burning a circle to death and forcing another circle to retreat. However, this wouldn't last long. Xiaolian said, "Let's go up first, we'll talk after we leave this place." Hearing this, with a whoosh, Ruaxia leapt upwards. Unexpectedly, not long after, it once again made a whoosh sound and slipped back. Xiaolian was slightly stunned. Facing the white silk that had wrapped around his wrist, he said, "Why did you come back? The array has already been opened, so there's nothing stopping you. Quickly go, quickly go." Ruaxia, on the other hand, was shivering as it wrapped around his wrist, as if it had encountered something terrifying up there. Xiaolian still wanted to coax it, but at this moment, something fell down. With a paw sound, it smashed into Fu Yao's shoulder. Fu Yao casually grabbed it, and as he did, his expression greatly changed. He raised his hand in front of his face to take a look. The thing that had fallen from the sky was unexpectedly also a scorpion snake. Fu Yao was caught off guard for a moment, and after being bitten, he suddenly threw the snake towards Half Moon's face. Half Moon's hands were bound, but she still subconsciously raised her hand to grab it. She caught it head-on, but that purplish-red snake wrapped around her pale white wrist, not attacking. At this moment, there was another paw sound, and a second scorpion snake fell to the ground. Xiaolian could roughly guess why Ruaxia was unwilling to go up. He raised his head, and with a bit of moonlight, he was barely able to see this scene clearly. Several hundred purplish-red dots were currently rapidly falling from the top of the cinder pit. Snake rain. Seeing those purplish-red dots getting closer and closer, Xiaolian said, "Fu Yao. Fire. Shoot a fire screen up there, and they'll all be taken care of in midair." Fu Yao bit open his palm, and with a wave of his hand, a bead of blood flew upwards, transforming into a raging flame barrier that rapidly flew upwards. That flame barrier rose several dozen feet, and as it floated in midair, the scorpion snake that came into contact with it was instantly burned to ashes. It blocked the snake rain that was currently falling. Seeing that they were temporarily out of danger, Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and said, "Good. Fu Yao, it's really all thanks to you." This level of technique would certainly consume a lot of spiritual power, so after casting it, Fu Yao's complexion was a bit green. He turned his head around, and once again set a circle of fire on the ground, burning away the snakes below. Then, he said to Half Moon, "You still say that they don't listen to you? If it weren't for you controlling them, why would these scorpion snakes not attack you?" San Lang laughed and said, "Maybe it's just because your luck isn't good? It also didn't attack us ah." Fu Yao turned his head around, and his sharp gaze swept over the two of them. Xiao Lian had a bad premonition in his heart, but because he had a little clue in his heart, he didn't have time to sort it out. He didn't want to see them fight first, so he said, "Let's first figure out what's going on with these snakes, and then we'll charge out." Fu Yao sneered and said, "What's going on? If it's not this half-moon state preceptor lying, then it's the one beside you playing tricks." Xiao Lian glanced at Half Moon, and then looked at San Lang before saying, "I don't think it's them." End of chapter 28. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.